that opportunity. So please come in.
Real peace process in Ukraine. Real peace process in Ukraine. Real peace process in Ukraine. Real peace process in Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, come and take a seat now. We're very close to starting, so please find yourself a seat and we'll be able to start. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take your seats, please. Our special guests are here, they are ready, and they are waiting to join you. So please come in now, take your seat, so that our Prime Ministers, the President of Ukraine, and other distinguished guests can come and join us. Please come in quickly, find a seat, and we can start the forum. Thank you. Hey. Right, the time has started where I'm going to have to get nasty. Come in, please, quickly as you can. Take a seat. The President of Ukraine is here. He's ready to talk to you. Let's not keep him waiting, and indeed the other guests. So please, come in, find a seat at the back. If you're staying, take a seat. We need to get started. Quickly as you can, please. Great big hubbub here. Come on in, move in, find a seat, and we can get started. Quickly as you can, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a position to start now. I can see a few of you are standing rather than sitting. There may be a question of one or two chairs short, but there are plenty of chairs here in the middle. There are plenty of chairs over to this side here. Please take a seat. We need to start as quickly as you can. Thank you. It's beginning to look a bit tidier over here, still a bit messy over here. So lots of seats over that side. Okay. You give me a thumbs up from the door when it's ready to go.
I will stand there. Just 1 minute.
Now, you just do that when it's ready to go, okay? Okay, just final word, please. Thank you. You're almost in now. Can you clear the entrance area, please? Can you not stand in the entrance area? It's slightly awkward for the start of the conference, so please move away from the entrance area. Come in and take a seat. Thank you. And again here, if you can please get a seat. It's not the hardest thing in the world to do. I can see quite a few over there still. Right, okay. Well, what an undisciplined bunch you are. Nonetheless, you're here. Thank you very much indeed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Fairmont Hotel. As you find a seat, I hope you'll gradually quieten down, listen to me for a moment, because there are more important people to hear from. This is, of course, the Kyiv Security Forum, the 10th edition of the Kyiv Security Forum. There are many among you, I'm sure, who've been here from the very start, some who have started that journey, and some who have been here for some of it. But my first job, I'll be with you throughout. My name is David Eads. I'll be following the whole of this forum and guiding you along the way. My first job, though, is a very simple one, and one that I take with great pleasure. We have some very special guests for you to start our forum this year. And without further ado, let me introduce them into the hall, starting with His Excellency, the President of Ukraine, Mr. Petro Poroshenko. And also for our special guest joining us, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Vladimir Groysman. The Prime Minister of Estonia, Jüri Ratas. The Prime Minister of Latvia, Maris Kučinskis. And the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Saulius Skvernelis. And, of course, an extremely familiar face to you all here at the forum, the former Prime Minister of Ukraine and the founder of the Open Ukraine Foundation, Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us right at the start of this forum. It is an exceptional way to be able to start. As the last one or two people take their seats, obviously I would just say this, a 10th year is an anniversary, it's a birthday, it's a time to celebrate in many ways. We do it in the broader perspective of a highly turbulent world, and that is why we're here, to address those issues from local to regional, national, of course, international, global. And we'll do that over the course of the next 2 days. But I would like to start by asking you, Arseniy, to deliver some opening remarks for us. Thank you.
It's really my great pleasure to welcome today the President of Ukraine and the Prime Minister of Ukraine, the Prime Minister of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the partners of this distinguished forum and all participants. So it's been a decade when we started this global forum. A lot has happened in the last 10 years. Let me remind you a notorious speech of President Putin he delivered at practically similar security forum. I believe ours is probably even the better, which was delivered in Munich, when President Putin practically waged a new Cold War in the world. And this was the jumpstart of reshaping of the global order after the Second World War. So we were probably dead at that particular period of time. But what happened next? Next, Russia invaded Georgia. Then Ukraine kindly asked for membership action plan for NATO. But in the end, the door is still open, but we didn't enter the door. Then the war in Syria, with the rising death toll. And what happened a few days ago in Syria, which is a real massacre, when the regime of Bashar al-Assad, supported by President Putin, committed another international crime, killing innocent people, killing babies with a chemical weapon. Arab Spring happened in the last 10 years too. and Ukrainian revolution of dignity, when Ukraine decided to move towards the European Union, when we embraced each other with our European friends, President Putin retaliated. He illegally annexed Crimea, he sent his troops to Donetsk and Lugansk, and he invaded and committed another international crime with the land grab of Ukrainian sovereign territory. Last but not least, Britain is out, Trump is in, and this is an entirely new era of geopolitics in the world. There were a number of challenges in the economy too. You remember the economic crisis of 2008, and we still feel the consequences of this economic crisis. Huge slide in oil prices. TPP and an entire free trade is in jeopardy. Politics. Politics is definitely going crazy. And this is another challenge for our countries and for our nations. Raising populism. This is the challenge, and this is the threat for the stability of our nations. So this is in a nutshell what happened in the last 10 years, but I believe that the key agenda for this forum and for everyone sitting in this room is how to shape the next 10 years. Whether we are capable of making this world and our nations strong, prosperous, secure. Whether we can really deliver safety to our people. And I believe, yes, it's up to us. It's up to a very strong political leadership which is needed in the current world. And at this particular point, I would like kindly invite President Poroshenko, because he is leading the process in my country, to deliver his statement and his vision of the new Ukraine. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Arseniy, dear Teresa, dear Prime Minister Groisman, dear Prime Ministers of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, dear friends, it's my real pleasure to open the Jubilee, the 10th meeting of Kyiv Security Forum. And over these 10 years, the forum has been an engaging platform for open debates, as well as a lab for absolutely new ideas. And I cannot but express my word of my gratitude to you, Arseniy, and to your team, who are doing a real great job in the interest of Ukraine. Let me also thank the distinguished audience for your genuine interest in Ukraine in this very difficult time. Your support is extremely crucial as we fight for the peace and for the rule of law. And by the way, not only in Europe, but in the global world. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just returned from Latvia and from Denmark, our true friends and very close partner. And at every single meeting, I felt support to Ukraine as a forefront of our joint fight for the free world, for its value, for its important principles. And I am back with a strong confidence that this time of challenges could become times for far-reaching changes. The same feeling I had in Malta, where I participated in the meeting of the biggest European political family, the EPP, last week. And I'm confident that that was a milestone for Europe in many senses, because I saw the united Europe with absolutely clear vision of its path forward. I saw the inspired Europe after the Austrian and Dutch election. I saw the committed Europe to support its partners, and to defend the legacy of its founding fathers. And I saw absolutely determined Europe. We believe in so much. No doubt, this is very difficult times. And we still look at a response to a number of complex challenges. Definitely, we won't solve all the problems at once. However, we know that the power of that weaponize them. Crisis in Europe is a fight for two opposite ideas of Europe: freedom or tyranny. And the only one of these ideas will prevail at the final end. In the year 2015, Timothy Schneider wrote a brilliant article, Edge of Europe, End of Europe. And he digs deep into the history of grasp difference between Ukraine and Russia. Referring to the heritage of Ukrainian thinkers, he described it as a permanent opposition of Ukrainian universalism and the Russian provincialism, freedom and tyranny. And Ukrainian nobles look at the world through the lens of the universal idea of liberty, freedom, human dignity, and the rule of law. And we still do. This is how we see our future, our European future. And that is the difference between Ukraine and Russia. Russia seeks its future in the imperial past, in the past of no freedom, no human dignity, no rule of law, in the past of oppression and imperial expansion. That is what they practiced before, that is what they practice now, and illegal annexation of Crimean Peninsula and aggression in Donbass is the display of Russian provincialism. It targets the basic principle of order, stability, and prosperity. While a modern Ukraine rests on a strong civil society, Russia suppressed its own. Ukraine progressing along reform and democracy in existential threat to Moscow. These very days, the repression pick up the youngest on Moscow street. But the human spirit is ultimately indestructible. And dear friends, Russia wants to throw us into the world described by Strugatsky brothers in their very famous fiction, Inhabited Island. Massaraksh, the word inside out. The world that is governed by the oligarchy of unknown fathers. Their only interest is to retain power and to take satisfaction from the power. That power rests on the repression, people's fatigue, ignorance, and fear. This fear, this is the engine which moves Russian tyranny. Broadcast towers and the prosecution of dissidents help to keep loyalty. Don't you see the similarities? Kremlin hacks our values to promote its alternative agenda. It uses its modern broadcast towers under the cover of freedom of speech to spread insolent propaganda. It exploits electoral procedures to infect the very heart of European democracy. Kremlin considers territorial expansion as a moral nobility and as an historic destiny. With the occupation of the Crimea and Donbass, the inhabited island of repression and lawlessness expanded its borders. Russian oligarchic unknown fathers are doing their best to forge an alliance with the Eurosceptics and nationalists. We hear them yesterday on the debate in the European Parliament. We hear their arguments, most of them, unfortunately, right down in Kremlin. And the aim is blow up legacy of the Western founding fathers from inside and to build a new alternative Europe. their own Masaraksh, based on their own alternative values. Dear friends, to shape the strategy, we need to define carefully our goals and the instruments which are in our hands. Kremlin is prepared for the presidential election in the year 2018. And it is getting more aggressive to cover its weaknesses. Russia changed its tactics, both in Crimea and in Donbass, by rising stakes, rising by creating its quasi-states. Russia continues to pursue an absolutely unconstructive stance, and its key task is to destabilize Ukraine. It stepped up repression in Crimea to silence the dissidents. Moscow brutally tried to throw Poland against Ukraine. It started with a burning Ukrainian flag and vandalizing Ukrainian memorial in Poland. Later, the same cynical crime, the same cynical scenario was repeated in Ukraine. But the friendship and partnership between our countries and nation is much more resilient. Russia continues militarization and flexes its muscle, trying to distract attention from its own domestic problem. Therefore, Russia will not stop producing security vacuum in Europe. On the one hand, Russia calls to the global partnership against the terrorism. On the other, it creates a black hole in its own border. They say that it's created the problem for its own bank by forcing them to accept the fake documents. That is violation of the international obligation to prevent financing terrorism and organized crime. And we, Ukrainian state, go to Hague Court to be Russia responsible for that. On the one hand, Moscow protects sovereignty as a key principle of the international relation. On the other, it steals Crimea to punish Ukraine for our pro-European choice. Russia proved being an aggressor that is increasingly out of control. And it would be a mistake to believe that the aggressor would show goodwill. This aggressor is neither cooperative nor predictable. Its commitments are not credible. Shelling in Donbass, killing Ukrainians, subversive activity of Russia in Ukraine prove that every single day we have worsening the situation. This is reality. Any improvement of relation with Moscow, be it of the West in general or in US, the European Union in particular, goes through Kyiv. There is no way around. And we have to see it clearly, instead of believing that in a Russian goodwill it can be possible. It is a time to wake up. The more hesitant we are today, the greater challenge we get tomorrow. We have to take a proactive approach instead of reacting to another provocative step on Moscow. And we should not shy before Russia. Not now, nor in the future. Let us surprise Russia with our determination. Let us surprise Russia with how strong our unity is. Let us surprise Russia with our unwavering solidarity against aggression and behind the rule of law and the international order. And we have all tools in our disposal to restrain Russia's aggressive behavior. The price of aggression has to grow until Moscow respects international rules, and the sanction is a very instrument to contain Kremlin and reverse its behavior. We need a strategic patience to restore the peace and the rule of law, as well as we need to resolve the tightened sanction every time Russia crosses another red line. Russia has already dispelled the illusion about its goodwill. And the West has to acknowledge that today a secure Ukraine means a secure Europe, and, if broader, a secure transatlantic community. Stronger defense alliance with Ukraine should be our joint response. Improving defense capability of Ukraine equals to strengthening the West itself. Providing Ukraine with the modern equipment, including radio electronic, anti-radar system, is an investment in our common security, not only in Ukrainian one. Today, our struggle is not only the fight for Ukraine's independence, but for the future of the free world. And I'm confident. If Ukraine failed, democracy would lose. Just a few days ago, Ukraine and Canada signed a defensive cooperation agreement that sets a framework for our joint research and production. A right step in the right direction, in a right time, in a right place. Dear friend, I want to repeat once again of my favorite quotes of Natan Sharansky about the three sources of power of the free world. Power of an individual inner freedom, of a free society, and of the solidarity of the free world. Having two of them, today Ukraine needs our common and your support, not only on the battlefield, but also on our second front line, implementing reform. Standing here, I want to reassure you, there will be no backsliding in reform. And we are committed to building up a capacity and integrity of the state institution, empowering Ukrainian civil society, creating necessary preconditions for the economic recovery and growth. Important is our international partners' acknowledge of our progress. Just this Monday, International Monetary Fund Executive Board decided to disburse the next tranche of the financial support to Ukraine. This decision is absolutely timely and encouraging. And that's never happened before. The fourth consecutive time, Ukraine fulfilled their obligation, fulfilled their memorandum, and have a respect from the international community. We're encouraged also by European Union decision on macro-financial assistance to Ukraine. And this is very symbolically that exactly in 1 hour, the European Parliament will vote a visa-free regime with Ukraine. And I'm confident that this has happened. Voting in the European Parliament, and in a few weeks, decision of European Union Council. This is our joint victory and our joint hard work. 144 points was in our visa liberalization plan. And we very respectively fulfill all of them. An assessment mission more than 1 year ago make absolutely clear decision. Ukraine has fulfilled all their obligation and ball is now on the European side. Our opponents think that the problem inside the Europe will stop Europe for granting us the visa-free. And yesterday we hear very weak voices against Ukraine and the strong chorus of supporters of Ukraine in European Parliament, which I am confident would be demonstrated today already in 55 minutes. And this is historical voting not only for Ukraine. I'm absolutely confident that this is historical voting for united Europe. Europe, where is Ukrainian future? And it will be well-deserved reward for the Ukrainians for their strong belief in the European idea. The idea of Europe, which launched and sparked the revolution of dignity. And if anybody wants to stop us on this glorious way, we demonstrate during the revolution of dignity and ready to demonstrate it anywhere once again. And it will prove the EU commitment to building the bridges across Europe respecting the will of Europe's founding fathers. As to Ukraine, we will definitely continue to do our part, and we will gradually increase our resilience. And it is the best interest for my country, and it is the best interest for European Union. And I'm absolutely confident that this is the best interest for the free world. And we all know the famous label for the European recovery supplied by the United States of America. Today we need it with similar label for Ukraine, for Ukrainian recovery supplied by the united free world. I will say over and over again, Ukraine needs our own Marshall Plan that once helped to rebuild Europe from the ashes. And this new plan will prove that the friends stand together with Ukraine. And I want to appreciate the EPP family once again for supporting this idea on Malta Forum. In particular, I'm grateful to our colleague from the Baltic states, prime ministers, government. I'm grateful for our Lithuanian friend and personally Andrius Kubilius, who invested a lot to make it happen and present me this plan in Malta. As I understand, he will present his vision at the forum shortly. To sum up, what we need for our strategy: united and resolute transatlantic community in defending our, not Ukrainian, but free world, our common values. Resilient Western society. No compromises on Russian aggression, including sanction policy. Open and inclusive European Union toward Europe-oriented partners and allies. And practical support of Ukraine. That is our best strategy in a changing world of old conflicts and new dynamics. It is our chance to break the vicious circle of struggle between Ukrainian universalism and Russian provincialism, as Timothy Schneider said. It is our chance to prove the strength of freedom of the tyranny. Thank you very much indeed for your attention. І слава Україні!
Mr. President, very good to see you. Mr. President, thank you very much indeed for a very strong opening commentary on the situation facing, in particular, Ukraine, but on a much broader perspective as well. And I note you talk about a time to wake up. Well, that's one area where we can focus on now, as we do so in terms of, well, charity begins at home, may begins in the neighborhood. We're going to have a look at the issues of security. A couple of things I just want to say. In the course of our discussions coming up now, you will need your headsets. The channel listing is just on the boards behind you. I'm not going to run through them all, so you know what they are. But while I'm at it, I might just ask if someone can bring me a headset as well. My linguistic abilities are limited. I'm sorry about that. So, let me please invite our guests to come and join me up on the stage here, please, to take your seats here. And as you do that, gentlemen, please do come up. We want to play you a short video which focuses on the issues that we have at hand this morning. So if we could play the video, please. Thank you.
Естонія святкують 25-річчя.
Лесіяна Латвія.
Слава Україні!
So, The topic in front of me is strengthening cooperation and security between Ukraine and the Baltic states, which is one topic which Arseniy Yatsenyuk has brought into the fold, in fact, in the course of your time as Prime Minister. So it's a valuable time, on 10 years after this event started, to be looking at that right now. And I would like to ask Vladimir Groysman, as Prime Minister of Ukraine, perhaps to take us off on that journey, Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, esteemed Mr. President, esteemed dear colleagues, Prime Minister, dear Arseniy Yatsenyuk. For me, it's a great honor today to take part in Security Forum. It's a Jubilee 10th Forum. When President was speaking, I was sitting here thinking probably for 10 years in this room. Many times warnings were mentioned that this world is facing much stronger challenges than we ever had before. There were suppositions, probably people were debating on that before, saying that we have threats and we should respond adequately to them. But regrettably enough, in the course of last 3 years, we could see that security system the world over didn't work properly. We watched unprecedented aggression from the side of a country who we always believed is very friendly to sovereign, very good neighbored European countries. This unprecedented aggression that we started marking as a hybrid one has many new approaches, starting from common but very ruining military intervention, ending with aggression as regards Ukraine, both economic and energy aggression. And you should especially take into account informational aggression as regards Ukraine and the entire world. If initially someone believed that this issue of intervention is intervention in Ukraine only, now we can see this is the beginning of the global intervention, global fight against values that civilized democratic world rests. What are we fighting for today? We are fighting for sovereignty, for respect to international law, for democracy, in order that borders of the state in the 21st century are unviable. We fight for the right for self-determination. These are the values that Ukrainian soldiers are defending, the borders not only of Ukraine, but eastern borders of entire Europe. We have numerous examples where we can assess and see absolute cynicism, open war crimes of Russia against Ukraine. We can give many examples like that every day. Dozens of shelling from Russian weapons, concentration of troops already on the territory of Ukraine, unprecedented delivery of weapons, resources, finance. That's all that we now face. We all people who respect democracy and make all possible to stop enemy. And when I hear debates that, oh, you should soften it somehow, you maybe close your eyes at something, or try to build relations with aggressor country a bit differently, I always ask, who will be next if we today will not be able to overcome aggression that became a challenge for the entire world? And now we see that in different parts of the world, Russia is marking their presence, both military and other presence, while supporting radical movements and supporting other processes that ruin our values from inside. They are trying to ruin values and institutions of collective security in particular. In fact, we should be resolute. And I'm quite sure that today we need very strong leadership. We should assess what may happen tomorrow if today we do not stop barbarous aggression of Russia. From this podium, I can say that I regret very much, being a Ukrainian, I regret so much that just Russia attacked Ukraine. I regret it, but that was the choice of political leadership of Russian Federation. They made their choice. They decided through aggression to break this world that is trying to achieve peace, development, and well-being, and we must stop it. I want to emphasize especially my colleagues from Baltic states and me, we were discussing it. I'm very thankful to them for having possibility to visit Ukraine. We were discussing how to deepen our cooperation in sphere of security and defense and Euro integrational processes, and I want openly thank them for full resolute support of Ukraine. It's just Prime Minister, Baltic states present here in this room have absolutely clear position, calling things their true names, because sometimes we do not hear that. And I think this is manifestation of weakness. Sometimes we hear from some countries particular messages. Maybe we should soften our policy, maybe have a different look. No, dear friends, we should understand one thing. Make very sober assessment and respond to the challenges. Then we can say that we will overcome. And I'm quite convinced that we have no way, only this. The question is only how long this fight will continue, how many losses we sustain when fighting for these values. What I would like that this victory comes soon. Since Ukrainians, our partners, we all want peace, and we are deeply convinced that today discussion of coordination of our efforts between Baltic states and Ukraine, and security issues in particular, are extremely important, because I think that Baltic countries also assess quite seriously risks that exist for their security, for security of these wonderful, free, democratic European countries. Our task is to get united and keep our position, to make all possible in order that this world becomes more safe and secure. But this issue demands, as I said, political leadership and very clear, sober assessment of the current situation. I am deeply convinced that good always overcomes evil. Good is on our side. Thank you for your attention.
Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed. And it's certainly clear that the more cooperation on whatever level it might be would lead to the thought that there would clearly be more security as a result amongst you. So let me turn now to Mr. Ratas, Prime Minister of Estonia, to bring us the first Baltic perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. President Poroshenko, Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here in Kyiv and to have this opportunity to share my views on the situation in Ukraine, on a wider security situation and the future of our relations. January this year, we celebrated 25th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Ukraine and Estonia. I thank President Poroshenko, who took time in his busy schedule to mark this occasion with his visit to Tallinn. Thank you. Our bilateral ties with Ukraine are strong. They are close and they are positive. We will continue to support the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine as we ourselves have lived under occupation. And Estonians know what it means. Your Excellencies, we live in uncertain times. We see continuous attempts to undermine the peace and rules-based international order and the values of democracy and freedom, including here in Europe. The future of Ukraine will determine the design of the European security architecture for the next couple of decades. Unfortunately, it is not clear whether the European and transatlantic security areas will be under the international law, agreed norms and principles. Unfortunately, it is not clear whether the sovereignty of each and every nation will be better respected in the future. And yet, my message is that we should not give up. Instead, we must work together, safeguarding in peace, security, stability in Europe. Estonia's position is clear. Sanctions must remain in place until Russia returns to the full respect of the principles of international law and full implements in commitments under the Minsk Agreement. So that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine are fully restored. Estonia will not and cannot accept the illegal annexation of Crimea. The increasing militarizing of Crimea is a common concern. We need to pay more attention to the human rights situation, especially to the situation of the Crimean Tatars. So, what can we do? Have we done enough? It is clear that the strengthening of mind of the people of Ukraine will determine the future of this country. Looking back at the last 3 years, we should all be convinced by your strong desire for freedom. The people of Ukraine have chosen to move closer to Europe. This has been your sovereign and free choice. We will strongly support this decision, and we always help you in your efforts to transform your country. Any transformation needs reforms, and perhaps only you, Mr. President, and you, Mr. Prime Minister, know what it means to implement reforms in parallel to fighting a war. You have done a lot, but there is still much to do. The best response to Russian aggression is a successful, politically and emotionally strong and united Ukraine. To achieve this, the rule of law and the successful implementation of the anti-corruption laws are most important. Only this way you can ensure that no one can manipulate the legislation, the courts, or any other state authority. Only this way doing business will become easier and foreign investments will be attracted. Rooting out corruption is not only a question of dignity. It is not only what the people of Ukraine want and deserve. It is a question of security and sustainability. It is fundamental work with your civil society, which needs to be a stronger partner for the government to fight against corruption. Finally, let me stress that in less than 3 months from now, Estonia will start the EU presidency. Together with the President of the European Council, we have scheduled the next Eastern Partnership Summit to take place on the 24th November in Brussels. This is a good opportunity for the leaders of Ukraine to present the results of your reforms and to strengthen our cooperation. There will be a number of events organized in Tallinn, but also here in Kyiv. A business forum and a civil society forum will take place in Tallinn, and a media forum will be organized here in Kyiv. Thank you for your attention.
Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed, with some clear, tangible examples as well coming in courtesy of through the EU presidency of the opportunities for cooperation. So I would like to turn now to the Prime Minister of Latvia, to Mr. Maris Kučinskis, for some comments. Prime Minister.
Honourable President, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Ukraine is a strategic partner for the whole of Europe. We strongly support the Euro integration path chosen by Ukraine, which also includes implementation of reforms to restore the democracy and the economic stability in Ukraine. Baltic countries have never been and will never be indifferent to what is happening in Ukraine. Most probably it's because of our past experiences that enable us to understand the difficult situation in which Ukraine is because of the aggression from the side of Russia. We remain firm in our approach towards the aggression of Russia in Ukraine, and we consistently condemn and strongly condemn the unlawful annexation of Crimea. We're pleased that the Baltic countries in particular are keen to use various political platforms to support actively the developments in Ukraine. We would like to confirm this support for the future as well. We very well understand how difficult it is for Ukraine to implement the reforms, because not so long ago we went through the same process as we transposed the EU legislation into our national legislation. So we'll continue lending a helping hand to the Ukraine in terms of implementing the reforms, and we'll assist them in implementation of reforms. I am certain that the reforms in Ukraine and the developments in Ukraine will have a strong impact on the geopolitical and security situation in Eastern Europe. Therefore, the reforms towards democracy implemented by Ukraine and stabilization of the Ukrainian economy is important for Europe, and we will continue providing the international support to Ukraine. Both the EU and NATO countries are very well aware of what this support means and try to provide as much support as possible. Whereas for Ukraine, it is important to have this support. In order to ensure this support, we must continue working on two main issues or two main areas. First of all, we need to resolve the conflicts in the east of Ukraine. And secondly, we must facilitate continued reforms implemented by the Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been very little progress since Minsk agreements in terms of resolving the conflict. Considering the actions of Russia in the recent months, especially its actions in the eastern Ukraine, I don't think that we should change our approach towards Russia. We are confident that Russia's actions are in a clear contradiction to the Minsk agreement and in no way facilitate the resolution or speedy resolution of the conflict or aggression. Latvia, much like the international community, is strongly condemning Russia's aggression. We stand firm in our support to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and will continue to do so in future as well. Full implementation of Minsk agreement is one of the preconditions for successful resolution of the conflict. Undoubtedly or obviously, the link between the Minsk process and the sanctions must remain there. If there's no progress in terms of implementation of Minsk agreements, and if we change our approach towards Russia, that might undermine our achievements up to now. International solidarity and united approach towards Ukraine, or united or common policy of the EU towards Ukraine, must remain there in future as well. It's in the interest of Europe to see democratic and economically strong Ukraine. Another area is the reforms, and we think that the Revolution of Dignity and the EU-Ukraine Association was the right step towards a stable and politically strong Ukraine. Over the past 3 years, Ukraine has implemented vast structural reforms. Let me mention just some. Public procurement legislation has been significantly improved. Energy reforms have taken place. An electronic declaration system has been implemented to make officials more accountable. I would like to urge Ukraine not to stop there and continue implementing the reforms they've started. We are very well aware, indeed, of how difficult it is to implement those reforms, and we are there for you to help you implement those reforms, share best practices with you, and assist you in a swift and smooth implementation of those reforms. We're already transferring our reform experience to Ukraine, especially agricultural, anti-corruption reform experience, and we are also assisting Ukraine in implementation of various educational reforms and projects. And NATO and individual donor countries can help Ukraine differently, much like the EU countries differently, but it is very important to have a clear and common vision on what it means in practical terms to help the Ukraine implement its reforms and what financial support it needs. However, I would like to underline that this international support will depend to a large extent on Ukraine's political will to implement those reforms and achieve improvements. So that will be decisive. Now, when it comes to EU-Ukraine relationship, I should say that European Union has a homework to do, indeed. We must complete the ratification process of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement. We hope that it will be completed in the coming months or soon. Secondly, we need to offer or provide visa-free travel to Ukraine so that Ukrainians can freely travel to Schengen area without visa. Thirdly, together with our partner countries, we already started planning of the Eastern Partnership Summit, which will, as has been mentioned, this November take place in Brussels. Ukraine is indeed an important strategic partner of Europe. We strongly support the Ukrainian Euro integration and Euro-Atlantic integration path. When it comes to economic growth, or when it comes to growth, growth has a special role in stabilizing Ukraine. We already see that DCFTA has a positive impact on Ukraine's economic indicators or figures. It's important to continue working on this, on broadening of the trade and economic relations or ties between the Ukraine and EU member states. And let me conclude by underlining that this morning, together with my Baltic colleagues, we indeed met with the Ukrainian Premier, Volodymyr Groysman. We discussed not only conflict or the aggression in eastern Ukraine, we also discussed the reforms and other issues of bilateral interest. And during the meeting, we came to a conclusion that we share the same vision and we're ready to support each other. Ukraine will continue to be a priority on our political agenda in future as well. We remain firm when it comes to our approach to Russia and its aggression in Ukraine and the unlawful or illegal annexation of Crimea. Our main target is to make sure that Russia respects international law and acts as a responsible and trusted partner. And the best response of Ukraine to the current challenges would be continuation of the reforms and the implementation of adopted decisions. We know from our experience that continued reforms is the right way to pave your way into Europe. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed. I think I'm right in saying that you have an airplane to catch, a flight to catch. It is greatly appreciated, obviously, by the organisers, by everyone here, that you have managed to stay as long as this to make this an exceptional panel. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. One of the shames of this, of course, is that the Prime Minister might miss the breaking news, because that clock is ticking. I hope BBC World is covering it, or I'll be in trouble. But we'll get to that in a moment, and hopefully we'll have some reporting on that. But let's pick up on our theme, really. So I'd like to turn now, of course, to the Prime Minister of Lithuania, Saulius Skvernelis, for your assessment as to where that cooperation lies at the moment and the route to go. Thank you.
Your Excellency President, dear Prime Ministers, since the podium is away, I will use this opportunity rather not to stick to my written text, but to talk to you. I hope we will manage this challenge. Today we may ask ourselves, what Ukraine means for me? And we can seek for the answers. I think that today the word Ukraine, at least for me, means a country which got Europe out of the world of illusion. The country that opened the eyes to those who were thinking that an aggression can be democratic in kind. Those who thought that several decades ago adopted decisions on the non-violation of state borders still are valid for us. Those who thought that every single nation has a right to think independently how to organize their way of living and how to live. There were too many illusions around us. However, there are no more illusions left for us. More often, they turn towards the Baltic countries and start wondering why the Baltic countries have been talking about this for quite a while. Because the Baltic countries have already seen this in their history, when big states decided on their behalf how the three Baltic countries were supposed to live on. They decided behind of us how to divide us and where we should belong us. And we did not manage to resist it in a way. The blood that Ukraine is paying now for is a very symbolic one, because it shows that Europe will be different now. The European people will have to see whether Ukraine will decide to stay with the EU or not. It's a challenge for us too, because we see that there are many more other people who think that the sold bananas, tomatoes are more important than the values. There are fewer and fewer of those, however. Ukraine is the country which is at the front line between the democratic world and the world of yesterday. We used to think that the world of yesterday is gone. It has disappeared. Unfortunately, it's not. It's still here. Will we lose Ukraine? I agree with the president. If we lose Ukraine, we will lose democracy. That's why Lithuania understands you so well. Especially when the aggression started, no one had to explain to our politicians or to our people what it means. We know what it means to be left alone in front of the aggressor. We know what it is when in 1991 the tanks arrived to Vilnius and they were killing our people and we were just alone then. And we immediately decided to help the Ukrainian people. But more importantly, we helped not only with our words, but we helped by doing the deeds. And I would like to thank to our president, to our people, to our civic people who have shared different goods with them. We, for example, collected as a charity clothes, food for the Ukrainian people because we know what it means. And the success of Ukraine is our success. Today we are discussing whether the Ukrainians will have a free movement to Europe. Who needs it more? Europe? Ukraine? I think we need it. We need more Ukrainians in Europe, and it is unquestionable today. We need to soften the trade regimes because it's our partner. We will never ever accept the notion that the Crimea is lost. Sometimes they try to convince you that Crimea is gone forever. Just accept it as one more illegal thing. We will never accept it because we always believed in the international values. We remember the time when the international world failed to recognize our freedom. And now we would not like the world to fail again in non-recognizing the efforts of Ukraine. Reforms, yet another topic. The reforms are needed badly for you. And it's important to believe in those reforms, because then you will have your goal and you will be able to move forward. And then we will be able to say that the democratic Ukraine is a true part of Europe and no one will ever question this. We believe that your citizens are true believers of this, and we can only support you in those steps. Remain the believers and go forward. Thank you. We will always support you.
Thank you very much indeed. Arseniy Yatsenyuk, some further signs of a theme of strong supportive messages from your Baltic friends towards Ukraine there.
Ви знаєте, все-таки Україна
You know, Ukraine actually shows example, even to European Union. You know why? Because more than 10 years, Ukraine made a decision about visa-free regime for countries of European Union. And I hope that today European Union will make adequate, similar decision. Yes, that is true that we are paying very high price for our choice. For our choice of free world, for our choice of getting back into European family, for our independence and for our country. Thousands of people killed by Russian aggression, 10,000 of wounded, millions of people who are internally displaced persons. Russian army and Russian troops. Russian boot is on Ukrainian ground, but Ukrainian citizen and Ukrainian soldier is defending his or her country the way that we have never defended it before. And therefore, We kept Ukrainian independence in the course of 3 years after Russian aggression. Therefore, we preserved our country. Due to United Nations, due to every citizen who knows what is the value of having your own country and having your own freedom. Therefore, agreement with European Union is not a paper. Agreement with European Union, this is the will of Ukrainian people, because Ukrainian people has demonstrated to the whole world that we meet these values that are the basis of European Union. And now it is important that European Union itself demonstrate its force. European Union must make conclusions, including conclusions after Brexit and after elections and after populist movements within European Union itself. The current order of making decisions of Europe requires changes. That is true. It must be adapted to new realities of globalized, quick, but post-truth world. Be ready to new realities and new challenges. And now, very much depends on political leadership of EU countries. So, which leaders will keep the upper power? We are quite sure that Europe has always been and will always remain promoter values, defender values. That will be the union. That will be the basis for entire free world. Therefore, we are moving to Europe. Same way, Europe and NATO must make conclusions for themselves, how to respond to new challenges. I have mentioned many times that we have paid excessively high price for absence of will of the countries in 2008 to announce that Ukraine and Georgia will get NATO membership plan. The price for that is territory of Georgia being annexed, Crimea being annexed. The price for it is temporary loss Donetsk and Lugansk. The price of that are military crimes in Syria included.
You have to act. Воно по-іншому у світі не буває.
It cannot happen otherwise in the world. You should always respond with force if you experience force. Dictatorship regime only understand force. When we talk about NATO, our NATO partners must think about new format of cooperation. I would have called it NATO Plus. Don't be afraid of delivering defense weapons to Ukraine. Don't be afraid of Russia. We are defending your borders. Our military men with weapons in arms are defending security of Europe. I'm deeply convinced that the format NATO Plus should provide the following. Military forces of countries that are within this format are fully interoperable and mutually effective. We must meet all the standards of armed forces of NATO member countries. I understand that now there is no political will to accept Ukraine into alliance quickly, but there should be a political will in order that armed forces of NATO member countries and armed forces of Ukraine are at the same level of preparation and operability, speak the same language, and defend with one weapon. One of the key issues today, information, or rather fakes and lies. Russian propaganda machine is 100 steps further than Goebbels couldn't dream about. They say it's black for the white. People who are traitors, they're called heroes. People who are murderers are called honest defenders of Russian motherhood. If we, as free world, do not oppose our propaganda that is based on truth and arguments, this Goebbels-type propaganda in Russian language will capture the minds of our people. And this is the most dangerous thing. When you say about one thing, when you tell lies 100 times, 101st time, one can think it is true. Just remember what Russian propaganda was telling us about MH17 plane. A Russian SA-11 system brought from Russian Federation has hit a civilian flight MH17. But Russia launched a broad campaign telling everybody that it is not true. But truth always wins. The third block relating to our economic ties. It's very important for us to preserve free trade in the world. There is no alternative to free trade. Building and isolation of separate economics, so to say, nationalization of economics will cause poverty and not only military but trade wars. Therefore, preservation of free trade, reform of World Trade Organization, provision of real powers of WTO, in order that when someone violates the rules of trade, there is strong responsibility. That will help our economies to grow, investment will increase, and we have similar economic system that will allow increased revenues to the budget, that will enable to increase social standards of living for our people, that enables development of economy, creating jobs and fighting poverty in the world. Energy. We are addressing our European partners once again. President of Ukraine, Prime Minister of Ukraine, many times made statements regarding that. It is unacceptable when Russian Federation wants, together with some EU countries, to go around Ukraine with Nord Stream 2. This is unacceptable. This is against the interest of Europe. This is against the interest of Ukraine. And the question is not only that Ukraine, due to the so-called project, and this is a geopolitical project rather than energy project, Ukraine will lose $2 billion of its income. Who will compensate for that? $2 million. It's not only the problem that Poland will lose about $800 million. Slovakia will lose about $200 million. But the issue is that this is done allegedly under the cover of the idea that Europe is diversifying delivery of gas. This is not true. You have one client, Russian Gazprom, that is trying to cheat you while building 5 different gas pipelines in order to go around Ukraine only. Arseniy Petrovich, excuse me, news has come. 521 votes in European Parliament for visa-free regime for Ukraine. I welcome Arseniy Petrovich, I welcome Mr. Groisman, I welcome you, Saulis, Yuri, all those who invested maximum efforts. I welcome you, Ukrainian people. I welcome you, Ukraine. Thank you.
Get a job on BBC World News, breaking news like that. And let's be honest, it's a moment of history within the forum as well. Thank you very much indeed for bringing that to us, and congratulations. We have 2 or 3 minutes only left for this session. I don't really think a question I might put at this point would be one that is going to stick in the mind, frankly, given the situation we're in. I would like to ask Arseniy perhaps a last remark about, obviously, the great news, but to wrap up.
Ну що, їдемо скоро, значить.
So let's go. What an important sign is it even today? It's an important sign for people. I will tell you from experience of my political careers what mistakes I personally was making. When you are at the macro level, very high, not looking down, not telling grassroots people that your macro decision will change life of every individual, then you are not very effective politician. Therefore, populism is growing the world over. That's before they are playing with that, they are telling lies. But people sometimes even believe them. But when they find that it is not true, it's too late. Because of that, here we should demonstrate our effectiveness to hear people. And not only hear, but to convince people that our road that we show to them, it's true. And that touches all issues, starting from social expenditures and the real fight with corruption in Ukraine and the world over, because corruption has no limits. When summarizing the session, we must draw a clear vision of the future world. It's possible for us. We have forces to do it.
Madam Ambassador. Дякую.
Asini. Thank you very much indeed for that. I think on that note, we'll draw this part to a close because I know that we have some guests who have an awful lot of work to get through still in the course of their time here at the forum. What a rousing start. I am slightly struck by the thought that as you celebrate the idea of a visa-free approach to Europe, I, as a British citizen, have to look in the not-so-distant future at the distinct, if slightly remote, possibility that I will have to be applying for a visa to get into that wretched bloc. So, nonetheless, congratulations to Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed to our panelists. Just to say, we have a break now, as you know, which will take us up until the top of the hour, which we will resume here for a discussion on a new European plan for Ukraine. How appropriate. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our panelists.
Литва, Латвія та Естонія святкують 25-річчя Балтійського шляху.
Слава Україні!
Real peace process in Ukraine.
back doors now, we can move straight on to our next session. Okay, as you all sort of move in and settle down, I'm going to start our next session, which we're billing as a discussion. And it is a pretty key discussion in so many ways, a new European plan for Ukraine. I should point out there's a question mark on the end of that statement. Is there one? What is it? What should it be? And these are some of the questions that we can have a look at. And of course, the likelihood of movement on those fronts as well. So let me start by introducing a very distinguished panel to address that. Andres Kubilius, MP, of course, and former Prime Minister of Lithuania from 1999 to 2000, and then from 2008 through to 2012. Andres, thank you very much for joining us. Also with us is Ostap Semerak, Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Ukraine, and of course also previously Minister responsible for sport and for the that extraordinary period of Euro 2012. Thank you very much, Minister, for joining us. And Vladimir Gorbulin, who is the Director of the National Institute for Strategic Studies. Much more besides. You have a biography in your notes, as you do for all our speakers, of course. I'm not going to run through the entirety of the biographies. You can have a look at that for yourself, but also advisor to President Poroshenko. So, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us. It is a very big question, a very open, challenging question. Andreas, perhaps you could kick this off with what you see as the potential, the possibility, maybe the answer.
Well, good afternoon to everybody, and really it's a pleasure to be again in this very important and very informative summit, Congress, well, my job became much easier after President Poroshenko was speaking before, when he spoke in a very clear language about what was achieved in Malta during KPP Congress, where resolution on some way of new European plan towards Ukraine was approved. We prepared that resolution based on the plans which we prepared in our parliament. So I could stop here. All that job, was done by President, but I will try to elaborate a little bit on.
We have got an hour, so I'll give you a few more minutes.
So some of those ideas which were behind our initiatives. First of all, of course, I would like to congratulate Ukraine and all of us with recent decision in European Parliament. It really shows that Ukraine is doing a great job. Not only with visa liberalization, but with the reforms which the government is able to implement, while also defending on your being alone, defending your territorial sovereignty. It's a really great job. I am not so sure if we in the Western community are doing the same great job towards Ukraine. At least I was not so sure before today's vote and before Malta Congress. So that is the reason why in Lithuania, in Lithuanian Parliament, we developed an idea of new European plan towards Ukraine, and some of those ideas from this plan, as I said earlier, and what President said, they were the basis for special resolution in Malta EPP Congress. So it brings much more of optimism to me that in the West also there are some positive developments. And I will try to say just a few words, what were the reasons for our concern and why we started to develop this new European plan for Ukraine, where the major idea is, of course, so-called Marshall Plan for Ukraine. First of all, our philosophy was based on several evaluations. First of all, what is Russia's strategy or Putin's strategy towards Ukraine as we can understand now? I am coming out from very simple conclusion that we can face such a situation that Mr. Putin can stay in power for the next 20 years. Despite all the demonstrations and Navalny success and young kids going into the streets, unfortunately, knowing a little bit of this type of regimes, usually they are very good in keeping their power as long as physical condition allows them to stay. And Putin's strategy in Ukraine, as we understand, again, is very simple. I even invented a new terminology looking towards what has happened in Moldova recently when President Dodon was elected by people, pro-Moscow President Dodon. So I said that Putin's strategy in Ukraine is very simple: Dodonization of Ukraine. Wait and see how people dissatisfaction with the reforms, with the results, will start to become more and more influential. And in such a way, perhaps Putin is not waiting that somebody who will be totally pro-Russian will be elected, but to see possibility to have somebody in power who will not be keen for European-type reforms. That is his strategy. And Russian presence, continuation of Russian presence in Donetsk is exactly for hybrid influence on Ukraine, especially on political system, radicalization of political system, and so on and so on. So then we see Ukraine, which is really doing good job, good reforms. But with the reforms, I always remember very precise saying of Jean-Claude Juncker when he was still Prime Minister of Luxembourg. He said, his comment was very simple. Everybody in the government knows how to make reforms, but nobody knows how to win elections after reforms are implemented. And this is my experience. 2 times Prime Minister, we made big reforms, and then we were kicked out. So that's really what is waiting, what Ukraine will face quite soon. And then we are looking towards West. If we know what Russia is trying to achieve, we see what Ukraine is doing, and we understand what challenges from political point of view Ukraine will face. We're asking ourselves, so what the West is doing, not to allow Putin to win with his long-term strategy of Dodonization of Ukraine. And unfortunately, we see that West is still doing too little, and the EU is not ready for major geopolitical bold steps towards Ukraine, which are very much needed and which would not allow Putin to win with this strategy. In the Western experience, we have 2 examples. How the West, after the Second World War, was not allowing poor countries to become overrun by communism or by fascism. One was Marshall Plan after the Second World War, another was EU enlargement. So we understand now that EU is in crisis, Brexit, refugees, and so on, and to hope that Ukraine will get quite soon, during the next decade, perspective of EU membership would be a little bit naive. That is the reason why we proposed another option. Marshall Plan for Ukraine, based on several ideas which were earlier proposed by, for example, Natalie Yaresko, who was speaking about $25 billion investment into real economy of Ukraine during the next 5 years. Perhaps a lot of us, we know quite well Anders Aslund, the Swedish-American expert, who spoke again in a very clear way that $5 billion investment package, annual investment package into Ukrainian economy would make Ukrainian GDP growth around of 6 or 8%, when now it's only 2%. So those ideas are really very, very clear. And that is why we put in a very simple way those ideas into this so-called new European plan for Ukraine, that before Ukraine will get from EU perspective on enlargement, which perhaps will happen only after something like 10 years, something in between should be done. And I was really very positively surprised that in Malta, in EPP Congress, when we put these ideas into resolution was approved unanimously with very, very strong German support, which shows that some things are really moving into right direction. In addition to that, what President Poroshenko maybe not mentioned, I was very positively also surprised by EPP resolution on Western Balkans, where precisely this philosophy, that destabilization of Western Balkans, where again we see a lot of Russian attempts to destabilize, can be stopped only by EU enlargement, was very powerful logic, very powerful resolution, which really opens the door also for next steps when we're speaking about Ukraine. So that's what we have now. We had recently, last week, we had also a very important event, joint parliamentary assembly of delegations from Ukrainian parliament, Polish Sejm, and our Seimas. We agreed also on the same plans, on Marshall Plan, and we are now moving around, trying to build a much broader coalition of friends of Ukraine who would support those ideas to be implemented.
You've put out some very clear ideas and thoughts, and you've built it around the EPP, Andreas, which obviously is a very formidable political bloc. Nonetheless, you started off by saying Ukraine is doing a great job. I don't think that is a perception across the European Union, and that there is a need for more speed. And if you want to get that sort of Marshall Plan financial commitment, there has to be a better, quicker, faster, more thorough move on reform.
No, absolutely. It's, of course, I forgot to mention that what we put into our plan, all this idea of Marshall Plan should be conditional. Money should not come without real reforms implementation. The question again, which I understand that everybody will ask, okay, there are a lot of corruption inside of Ukraine, so how to avoid such a situation that all those money from Marshall Plan will be used not for national purposes. I see that problem. We can look into real experience of Marshall Plan after Second World War with European Reconstruction Agency, which was responsible for clean, spending of those money. So yes, those are questions which we need to work together with Ukrainian government, Ukrainian politicians, to convince much broader coalition in the West that such plan really would be good to keep motivation of both of Ukrainian people and of Ukrainian politicians to move forward with all the reforms.
Thank you very much. Ostap, I wonder, you might want to pick up on some of those points, but I'm sure you'd say yes, please, to most of that, but your perspective.
Дякую. Перш за все, я хотів би...
Well, thank you. And first and foremost, I would like to congratulate Mr. Kubilius with his great success. Just a week ago in Malta, at the Congress, that new concept was presented. And this kind of support that Mr. Kubilius received there is evidence that some very good work was done that will certainly end up in a success. And we certainly want your effort, Mr. Kubilius, to prove very successful. Speaking about the document that was supported by the party that has the largest faction in the European Parliament and in the European Commission, I will look back into history, and I would recall the recent summit in Rome, dedicated to the 60th anniversary of the Rome Treaty. There, the EU identified its new priorities and its new strategy regarding the future of the mankind. And in my view, Ukraine is choosing for itself the same kind of future. We want to be modern. We intend to be part of that new world. We want to be leaders, at least regional leaders. And together with the EU, we want to be amongst countries that represent the modern Western tendencies in politics responsibly for the future of the world. I think we have already proved that we are ready for that. Of the last 10 years, Ukraine and the Ukrainian society, twice the Maidan proved its ability to be amongst the nations that pursue this very position as regards the development of the civilization. So I think Ukraine is worthy of the support of global leaders, and may recall what Donald Tusk said. He certainly is a friend of Ukraine, a politician always supportive of Ukraine, and he said that Europe will be either unified or it will not exist in the present format. And after annexation of Crimea, after beginning of the military aggression in Donbass, the world has come to understand that Ukraine should be helped, and the resolution passed at the EPR summit in Malta proves it. No one can feel safe when Russia is not only aggressive towards Ukraine, but is also waging a hybrid war throughout Europe, inclusive of EU nations. In my view, Brexit became a cold shower for many, not only in the UK, but also in the EU and in Ukraine. And different radical and nationalist movements that become so popular in some countries of the EU are evidence that the EU should think about some new attitudes, especially in the migration crisis that requires new standards and new rules of interaction of EU countries with those countries that suffer from conflicts. And there is also the unpredictable Russia, and that certainly motivates the EU to be more decisive in its action. In my view, it is absolutely evident that powerful, democratic and economically stable Ukraine is not only Ukraine's best response to Putin and his aggression, but also a good response on the part of the EU and the reforms in Ukraine that are quite successful, and we have many positive results that are recognized by the EU. And by the way, proof to that is today's vote in the European Parliament. And let's not forget that IMF several years ago made another positive decision about Ukraine, also in recognition of some steps we make. And it's the first time in Ukraine's history when we were thrice in a row recognized for our reforms and further reform plans. I think that our partners from the EPR set the agenda for the EU about how to develop this long-term plan. And may I remind that Ukraine was also getting ready. We had many discussions here. And when the government, headed then by Mr. Yatsenyuk in 2014, raised the matter and started the discussion about drafting the Marshall Plan, and Mr. Kubilus mentioned the ideas that were expressed by Minister Juresko, who worked in the second Yatsenyuk's government. So those ideas were well taken. So we were doing our homework for 2 or 3 years. That homework was positively appraised.
Strong points there, and there's something I do want to come back to you on, and you will get a chance to know. I'm going to bring Vladimir in here.
Okay. Because you just interrupted me when I was planning to identify few points that should be...
Take it away.
Maybe after Volodymyr or...
Hold on to them, we'll come back. Thank you very much. Thank you, appreciate it. Vladimir, we've had two very positives, strong views on this sense of a turning of the tide within the European Union's perspective on Ukraine at the moment. Your view?
Дякую, пане модератор. Я
With great interest, I listened to the presentation of Mr. Kubilius. Sorry, used to talk to myself. When continuing the topic of the new plan for our country, I would like to discuss not so much strategy for Ukraine, but rather the strategy for Europe, whose part is Ukraine. Today, it's no secret that Ukraine lives in a status of endless war with Russia. Different degree of intensity of this war, different logic of the war, starting from active measures and ending with hybrid war. But all that doesn't change the essence of this war fact. Moreover, we are now in a status of a kind of hybrid peace of permanent war of low intensity, different platforms with different level of interpermeation and transition between these platforms. The problem is that Russia will not stop on that. It is expanding the geography of war, turning hybrid war against Ukraine into world hybrid war. In the third year of war, we faced a difficult truth. That we, Ukrainians, should accept. We alone will not cope with Russia. We can keep the distance. We can organize partisan war on the territory if they start full-scale aggression. But one can hardly expect victory in this possibility. Even Europe itself cannot win a victory over Russia. It's located so politically tensely that in order to get consolidated against such things as aggression against Russia, consolidation of efforts is needed. Irony is that this fact of aggression is not evident for Europe. Many try to keep their head in sand, playing, oh, I don't see anything, I don't hear anything, I will not say anything. I don't see aggression. I'm afraid of saying the word aggression as regards Europe. But Kremlin is just expanding large-scale campaign of influencing entire Europe, continuing to support different anti-European parties of movement, working with their leaders, providing resources, informational platforms, and they're making that in order to ruin European unity. The growing number of cyber attacks from Russia at government institutions of Germany, France, UK shows that Russia is trying to destabilize European countries, and broad-scale programs on disinformation are aimed at shaking liberal democratic Europe. I had said it before and repeat again. One should not put yourself into a trap of nice words with the prefix post, although post-truth became slogan for the year 2016. Behind these new words, we must see the main thing. Post-truth, in fact, is such well-understood things as lie, propaganda, and disinformation. The exact diagnosis is only first step on the way to understanding reality. One should not believe a devil who is convincing you that he doesn't exist. One should not believe Russia that says that it does not influence European processes. It does influence, and influence destructively in its own interest. If Europe doesn't do anything in that, then you should not look for the forecasts. What will be the consequences? Just look at Ukraine. Example of Ukraine is what will be future of Europe. Is new reality is not recognized by Europe. What Russia has made as regards Ukraine, this is the future that Moscow is preparing for European capitals. Such an option of development of events, because aggressor doesn't understand half-tones. They're laughing at half-correctness. They don't understand polite words in response to demonstrative barbarity, kicking the fist on geopolitical face of Europe. Aggressor understands only logic of escalation, and it will stop only in response to their innocent jokes. Opponents start shooting from cannon. Shooting just in case. Ukraine is supporting Europe, but expecting leadership of Europe as regards stability. But what we have now, the hotbed of instability, war in Ukraine. If efforts of Europe in Ukraine become productive, that will be an example of how united Europe can win in modern hybrid war. Europe should demonstrate force, not weakness and lack of unity of thoughts. Europe should demonstrate unity and consistency, trying to punish aggressive actions. Weakness of sanctions regime regarding Russia because they are selective and limited in time. Aggressors must understand very clearly what punishment they will get for their action. Such a system of sanctions should be developed that is based on norms and values that exist in Europe. Measures are preventive. That should be based on the case of aggression against Ukraine. We must build such a model that prevents future possible conflicts in Europe. As regards the readiness of Ukraine to resist aggressive and revanchist policy of Russia, I can say that for that much has been done. Despite the outcry about traitors, still we have many more victories. Army has become strong, economics is being renewed, intelligence and counterintelligence activity becomes a reality. Societal changes happened in Ukraine. Our country is at that difficult stage when society is already ready for changes, but political system is not ready to ensure them. Therefore, we need support of West. As never before, Europeans should promote changes, push Ukraine to development in conditions when politicians often lack will and consistency in overcoming corruption. It's difficult to overestimate contribution of European countries in restoration and reform of sector security and defense of Ukraine and economic reforms in our country. However, today we need not only set a Marshall Plan, money into economy and infrastructure of Ukraine. We need a system of effective control for use of this money and understanding priorities of such investment.
It is still to come, and this has to be a discussion as well. But what you said just there, Vladimir, I think is interesting, because I heard that the first time I came to the forum. The people are ready. The political system isn't.
I don't talk main idea.
You've got your main idea now. Okay.
May I continue?
How can I refuse? Go on.
Дякую.
But let me just make this point. This is a discussion. It's an opportunity for questions and answers. And after, I think, a lot of momentum from this morning, I'm sure there are questions, hands already going up. So let's get to the point, and then we can start bringing in the discussion element. So please, go on. You won.
I would like.
You may.
In the time when Europeans feel tiredness from Ukraine, events in Donbass are now second priority in information program. One should take measures to make Ukrainian topic more topical for Ukraine. Maybe intergovernmental permanent working group should be established from state and non-state think tanks that will study modern threats for Europe. First of all, hybrid threats. Ukraine is ready to sub-regional cooperation with neighbor countries that understand very clearly what is Russian threat is like. First of all, I mean Baltic states as well as Visegrad Group countries. Special character of relations should be supported with the countries with whom Ukraine signed bilateral defense agreement, with Poland and Canada. one should fill this agreement with concrete substance and conclude. This is last but one page. Such agreement should be signed with all countries, allies of Ukraine, creating stability belt for Ukraine. Of course, we feel support of our partners. What is comforting that this support is coming from entire Europe, despite all internal problems that Europe has, from Britain with its Brexit to the growing contradiction in countries of Eastern Europe. In such conditions, we are especially pleased to note that this support doesn't depend on the challenges that Europe itself faces now. Same as before, Europe remains one of the biggest soft force donors. That includes economic assistance, cultural projects, and a number of other aspects. Although we're very thankful for that to you, we must say openly, sometimes what we want very much, that this soft force, at least a little bit, is supported by more bigger force. The topic of our panel is European plan for Ukraine. It's not quite true, it seems to me. When talking about the need to respond to Russian threat, if we believe that we must defend our lifestyle and our independence, we must talk about general European plan, about general European security policy, about policy that will include both Ukraine and the EU and European countries which are not part of it yet. Without a general front, without general understanding of problems, without general line of behavior, we can hardly develop adequate strategy of fighting Russia. Yes, just fighting Russia. What I want very much that our European friends, especially from countries, they don't have direct border with Russia, but sometimes think that this problem is invented, started at last thinking with categories of war, since the war is going on. It is a quiet war going in Europe and very loud war in Ukraine. And in order that first war does not turn into second war, one should understand in both wars there is an aggressor. The same aggressor in both wars. That means the only way how to defend yourself, look for possibilities for German action plan. We must think about such type of European plan. Thank you for your attention and sorry for such diplomatic behavior.
At all. So we will move to questions, but given the dynamic of our panelists at the moment, Ostap, it's only right that I now give you the opportunity to make your further points, and then we will open it up.
Я дуже дякую.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give you my vision, which Mr. Kubilius probably would be able to use in cooperation with our European partners to work out a plan that we're referred to. We should understand that the factor which unites Russia is an external enemy. Once they have an external enemy, they kind of come together, whereas Europe demonstrates a different history. Unification through shared success, and I think this plan should include points which will be related to success both for Ukraine and for the European Union. But I would like to start off by saying a bitter truth. I think if there is a joint agreement between the EU and Ukraine, then both sides should carry out their commitments in time and in full. Of course, today we have a very pleasant day because of the visa-free travel regime which was granted to Ukraine, but it took Europe a bit too long, and this prolonged procedure was caused by different reasons, including internal European reasons. But this prolonged procedure raised the level of skepticism in the Ukrainian society, and this is something we have to avoid because reforms is a painful process, and skepticism will do us no good. Another point that I'd like to make is support in the strengthening and reform of the military. We all understand that the Minsk arrangements are not a guarantee of peace in Ukraine. They are needed, but this is not a guarantee. What could be a guarantee is a strong and reformed Ukraine's military, and we are looking forward to EU's support in that respect, and this point should be included in the new so-called Marshall Plan. The third point that I'd like to make is a need for European experts who would be working within Ukraine. That would, on the one hand, give us a chance to forecast and see better what is going on in Ukraine, what is changing, and on the other hand, it would make it possible for us to control the assistance which we receive from the EU, including what Mr. Karbulin said in terms of controlling technical and financial assistance. This could be one of the instruments. Working at the Ministry of the Environment, I feel lack of qualified, motivated, and well-trained experts. And this kind of assistance would be very instrumental for us. And I think the EU should support not the so-called reformist-minded ministries, because they are very few, but all the ministries should enjoy this assistance. And I can complain a little bit, if you allow me. In the Ministry of the Environment, I have had talks with the European Commission for 10 months about setting up within our Ministry of the Environment a reform support team. And in a week's time, we have to report to the Parliament what we have reformed and how, but we are still going through the process of constructive negotiations. And the second point, there's nothing more important than business and creating the added value and new jobs. And I think that in this Marshall Plan, we should come up with instruments of quick and efficient access of small and mid-sized businesses to the resources of the EU. This would be cheaper and more predictable. And as the Minister of the Environment, I would be very gratified, because any European institution provides funds only after they analyze an environmental impact of one project or another. This is really key. Another point that I'd like to make is that Ukraine stands on the threshold of a new phase of privatization, and investments which might come from the EU would be much more desirable than hidden investments that come from all kinds of front companies, which might be companies that Russians stand behind. Suffice it to recall what happened in the Crimea. That was one of Russia's technologies. And obviously, Russia applied embargo against Ukraine, against Ukraine's industry products. Our markets have shrunk considerably as a result, and I think it would be in the shared interests of the European Union and the Western world in general to make it possible for Ukrainian producers to access Western markets. Maybe these could be Ukrainian companies with Western investments. But it's really key that a new Marshall Plan for Ukraine should include this. And we should be engaged in active dialogue. Our discussion 1 week later, after the decision was made, is important. This dialogue is really key, and it's very important that the Ukrainian society is getting involved. And thanks to today's Kyiv Security Forum that Open Ukraine Fund is holding, we have a chance to have this public discussion. There are a lot of young people around, and I think this is a good start.
Well, points. Thank you for making those very clear. And perhaps some suggestion that there's foot dragging within the European Commission or the European Union, which needs to be addressed and turned around. So we're going to get some questions now. We have a gentleman there, then we'll move over there. I'm usually guilty of ignoring this lot, so I mustn't do that this time. And then there's a lady here and one here. Okay.
Сергій Нагорний, співавтор концепції.
I'm Sergei Nagorny, co-author of the concept of Baltic Black Sea community. I have a question to the panelists and to Mr. Gorbulin in particular. You spoke about regional cooperation. In your opinion, could that be an adequate response to the policy of zero alternative that Russia pursued in Georgia in 2008 and in Ukraine in 2014? We've heard that Ukrainians have paid and are paying a very high price for their future. And therefore, my second question is like this. Don't you think that there's a danger that Ukrainians can get accustomed to the hostilities in the east of the country, and this can result in exacerbation of domestic political situation in the country, formation of illegal armed groupings, and so on? I will answer your second question right away. Can one really get accustomed to people getting killed every day, to blood being shed every day? Can you get accustomed to the situation when mothers lose their sons on a daily basis? I don't think that human mentality can kind of accept this and get accustomed to it as normal. That is why, even if there are some armed groupings come to the surface in Ukraine, I think they're much fewer than it used to be in 2015 and in late 2014. And I think that most of those people have joined the National Guard already, and since the conscription and manning of the military is based on totally different principles now, they're serving in the army, and therefore I don't have any problem with that. As regards our neighbor, I have not had any confidence and trust in them. Going back to the time when the Budapest Memorandum was signed, we have to understand what makes these people tick. For them, the security of the Russian Federation ends where the security of other countries starts. If that answers your question, I will be happy.
On that, particularly the point made about getting accustomed to what, in fact, Vladimir's words were, low-intensity activity, because actually I think people do get accustomed. I think when it's low intensity, it does come off the radar, and that is certainly true in the European Union, where there's been other issues to start focusing on and a shift of attention away from Ukraine, obviously.
Well, if I can make just few comments, both on the question and also on what was said by my colleagues here on the panel. I am always trying, of course, I'm not maybe a genius, but I'm trying to read what Mr. Putin is trying to achieve. And I see his strategy very simple. First of all, he is very much afraid of Ukraine becoming a successful country. How not to allow Ukraine to become a successful country? Keep busy with low-level military aggression. Keep busy Ukrainians with that what he's doing in Donetsk, you know. And of course, I understand this is very painful. This is very, very tragic, and people are dying, and so on and so on. But my always advice is not allow Putin to dominate your agenda. Go with your reforms. And this is also very important to understand in the West. I absolutely agree with Mr. Gorbulin. When we are speaking about Ukraine, we are speaking about a European strategy of its own, I would say, survival. Because still Europe has no good way to come to some kind of survival on the European continent with Russia, as it is now. And European task is to do everything possible to assist Russia to become a more normal country. And when you think what Europe can do, how to assist Russia to become a more normal country, when everything was tried before, agreement on modernization, I don't know, we can name a name, and nothing worked. And I see the only one instrument which Western community has in its hands, it's an assistance to Ukraine, because success of Ukraine is the only instrument which can, in a positive way, influence developments in Russia. In the long term, but it can influence.
Thank you. Stan.
Якщо дозволите, я би теж.
If you allow me, I would like to follow up on that. There is a certain dualism here. I do agree that the purpose of Putin is to prevent Ukraine becoming successful and to keep the wounds of Ukraine bleeding. That's what we are observing today. As I said at the beginning, I believe the best response that the Western civilization can come up with for Putin is a successful Ukraine. But this is something that Putin doesn't want, and he will go out of his way to prevent this from happening. That is why a Marshall Plan that Mr. Kubilius spoke about and initiated is designed to make Ukraine stronger and probably to encourage Putin maybe even to a bigger conflict or to big aggression. We have to be aware of this threat, but at the same time, let's be aware of another thing, that the strategy of appeasement, which was demonstrated by the West, for instance, at the time when Ukraine failed to receive MAP, and so did Georgia, failed to stop Putin in his tracks, and he went ahead with the aggression first in Georgia, then with his aggression in Ukraine. And I believe that all this should make us aware that a hypothetical fall of Ukraine will not stop the advance of Putin towards the Western civilization, this aggression headed by the president of Russia. And I believe that this advance, if it happens, will not have any geographical borders. It's not going to be like the border of the former Soviet Union with the community of socialist countries, or the former Warsaw Pact countries, or NATO. It doesn't work that way. Therefore, Ukraine's success is a kind of a safety fuse for saving the Western civilization, and the Western civilization should invest in that.
Time. Gentleman here next, then we have one there, a lady here, gentleman there, and if we can get any more, we will come to you.
Дякую.
And, yeah, there are a lot of you.
Гліб
Вишлінський, the Center of Economic Strategy. I have a question to Mr. Horbulin and to other panelists as well. You pointed out a very important thing about the pressure of Western partners on Ukraine with the purpose of combating corruption. We know that the level of confidence in the institutions of power is more or less comparable with the level of 2013 when Yanukovych was president of Ukraine. And we know that among the problems that Ukraine cite following the war against Russia is corruption. And but nevertheless, the powers that be are introducing discriminational rules about e-declaration for those who fight corruption. There are a lot of faults on the way towards combating corruption. There is an attempt to keep the system which has the same roots as the Russian one. This is the Soviet-type system, mutual cover-up, lack of the rule of law, and so on. How can we prevail in the hybrid warfare when, unlike the traditional war, the most important thing is people's belief in the prospects of their country, so that they would be confident that there is future and they would be willing to invest in it?
Okay.
Thanks for your question. And when I was looking at you, I thought that you hardly lived too much time under the Soviet Union, so you can hardly be the person to judge or to compare about what was happening in the USSR and what's happening now. In the USSR for 30 years, I was involved in designing nuclear missiles. I know how the Soviet armed forces were financed and what pay the Soviet people had to pay. That was corruption at the ideological level, when all capacity of the big country was used to arm the USSR and make it able to wage war with the US, NATO, and China. Now the concept is absolutely different. The tempos of our reform are the turtle space, and if I used any other words, I would be deceitful. Anyhow, some progress occurs, and special institutions against corruption were founded and e-declarations were filed, and I think we'll see the time when someone will sort out these e-declarations, and then the judicial system will become operational too. All the changes occur not as fast as we'd like. That's why we need rigid control over how Western money for reform is spent in Ukraine. Yet I believe that step by step we shall make Ukraine democratic. We have the human resource. It's very powerful. Moreover, these 2.5 or 3 years have shown the spirit of the Ukrainian people. I am never using highfalutin words, but this is something that I want to say today.
In a very brief way. You know, absolutely clear. Corruption is a big problem, big threat. You need to fight, both domestically, but also you need not to allow in some Western capitals to look for easy way to abandon Ukraine because somebody is going to say in the Western capitals that Ukraine is so corrupted that we are not ready to support Ukraine. And of course, I agree with Mr. Gorbulin. It will take time. Even we in Lithuania still are facing some corruption scandals, despite being members of EU. And I would say that you have very good achievements like Prozoro, which we would like even to take some kind of experience from you. But also, what is very important, you should not look into the fight against corruption only from law enforcement authority point of view. I remember very well we advised quite early after the revolution to look for possibilities how to make your political system much more free from business people money. As I understand, you introduced some changes into the laws. Maybe still it will take time to have much more clean political system, but that is a good progress. Second, what I would advise really is to look to reforms which would strengthen new middle class in Ukraine, like a new European type bureaucracy. I cannot, well, I know what salaries, I don't know what is the salary of minister, but earlier it was something like 300 euros or something like that. Maybe it increased, I don't know now. But this is obviously, we need to look for also from EU side how to assist really reformers to get decent salary here. Then, of course, business conditions are very important for middle business to have better conditions. Also, state-owned enterprises, and of course, I would advise to be much more brave with real land reform, which would create again the basis for real middle class to grow up in their countryside.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on from there for a next question here.
Добрий день.
Volodymyr Bodorenko, president of the Institute of Political Research. My question is for all panelists. What is your attitude to the idea of the president about united action and about Arseniy Yatsenyuk's formula, NATO plus? Maybe that will help us to get the Russian aggressor out of Crimea and the occupied territories of Donbass. I have not heard the speech of the president or the speech of the prime minister, so I'll express my own opinion. As for NATO plus, we can be a NATO member now, so we have to do whatever possible to better our relations with NATO. In my capacity, I've been doing whatever possible to make our plans not just plans on paper, but plans followed by real action in terms of economy, in terms of politics. Since you are heading such an important institute, we should also not exclude the humanitarian factor. It's good that Ukraine has its annual plan of cooperation with NATO, but we'll fulfill that plan only by 60%. And I think, I am absolutely confident, in fact, that we are to come to NATO as a contributor country and not as a country that requires assistance only. And I really don't know what Mr. Yatsenyuk was speaking about today. I will say something about NATO plus first, and I want to share some experience Ukraine had earlier. As for ANP with NATO, if you look at when those programs were adopted before 2014, that usually happened in October or even in December, and that document just reflected the outcomes of the year. Now the situation is different. Another important thing is that in 2014, when Yatsenyuk's first government was formed right after the Revolution of Dignity, I had the honor of working in that government as the Minister of Cabinet of Ministers. In other words, I was in charge of the operation of the Secretariat, and there was a legislative prohibition that did not allow NATO employees to be in the premises of the Ukrainian authorities without escort. In 2014, we arrived at a different kind of a situation. At that time, the Ukrainian armed force did not exist. There were just 4,000 to 5,000 people who were ready to take part in combat. And the armed forces of today are very different from what they were in 2014. So we can be very useful to NATO because Ukraine is now on the front line of the hybrid war waged in our territory. We are losing our people. More than 10,000 Ukrainians have been killed over this time. So NATO plus today, if we take it seriously, is a very proper format that in the future is to become just NATO.
We'll rattle through some questions. There's a lady here, gentleman behind, and I'll take the three questions in a row. There's one out on the corner there.
Vera Poreva, Assistant to a Parliament Member of Ukraine, Committee of Environmental Policy. My question is for Minister Semerak. And it's going to be in the context of the jingle line of this forum, Old Conflicts and New Dynamics. What are the environmental consequences of the armed conflict in Ukraine? What challenges do you now face in the work of your ministry? And what are your plans regarding environmental safety in Ukraine as a whole?
Gentleman just behind who's been very patient. Thank you.
Fedor Medved, Professor of Political Science. My question is for Volodymyr Horbulin. You had the Institute of Strategic Research. Thanks to your institute and thanks to the National Security and Defense Council, Ukraine has its national security strategy. Well, maybe it is not implemented in the right way, but that does not depend upon your institute. From your words, I deducted that Europe is not in possession of such a general security strategy. Will you agree with that?
That's the three questions.
From Chatham House. I have a quick question to Mr. Kubilius, if I may. And it's about communicating to European partners on the subject of Russia and its intentions. Because you in the Baltic states tried very hard in the 1990s and subsequently to explain to European capitals that Russia really had not changed its spots and that problems would appear. And that message didn't go over well. You simply weren't believed. And of course, you were then proved to be right. What lessons do you think can be learned from that experience? And could you have done it differently?
Thank you very much. So three questions for three of our panelists, which is a very tidy way to wrap it up. But let's start on that very direct environmental impact issue.
Буду дуже коротко для того, щоб заощадити час.
I'll be very brief in order to save time. The entire world and Ukraine are trying to prioritize the challenges. The challenge number one is combating terrorism. The second challenge is environmental and also has to do with global climate change. We think that the conflict in the East is a very huge threat, and we have no capability to assess this threat because for objective reasons we have no physical access to some areas. Yet in the summer of last year, Ukraine initiated adoption of a resolution at the United Nations about the impact of military conflicts on the environment. It was our initiative. We want a global discussion about that. We are saying that Putin wants to make us unsuccessful. He wants to inflict very many cuts on our body, and certainly damage to the environment will be not just a mere cut, but a wound, and we'll really have to do a lot.
Дуже коротко.
I'll also be very brief. We are working with the EU in a very fruitful manner. Calling that a strategy, is doubtful, but different bodies of the EU vote about Ukraine, and Ukrainian matters are all the time on the agenda. Maybe there is no place for such a comprehensive strategy right now. Now, there are so many new questions about the outcomes of the election in the US and about the outcomes of the future elections in Germany and France. And that's why it's important to establish a special working parties with government and non-government players and to develop a line of behavior for EU and for Ukraine. And as for non-EU nations, we certainly have to develop different bilateral formats of interaction.
How do you find a way to be more believed, basically?
Well, definitely, but I'm not so sure that take all the rewards because of that. First of all, of course, Revolution of Dignity made a very large impact on in general, on what in the Western community, what people started to understand what is happening here. And of course, it sounds in some way ironically, but we need to thank Mr. Putin for his behavior everywhere, not only in Ukraine, but his attempts to make all those hybrid, influences in US elections or in different countries in Europe is having very positive impact that, authorities in different countries are starting to speak in a very clear way. Let's remember, for example, your British example, when I don't remember his name, but MI6, head of MI6, as it was told in Lithuania, that the first time after 100 years, he stood up and spoke openly about Russian influences in Great Britain. So that is what is, in some way, Mr. Putin is making us, well, his aggressive behavior is helping us to have developments which are making us safer. So that is what we can say here. And of course, communication and strategic communication should be one of major priorities of all of our agendas. Together with Ukraine, creating coalitions in favor of Ukraine in different countries, using opportunities which we have, which Poland has, all other friends. That is what we need to do. And to do it in a very practical way. It's not enough in the Western community to speak about the dangers for the Western civilization and so on and so on. We need to speak very clear ideas. And I was, again, I am going to the end, saying that last Malta summit of EPP, for me, was very positive signal that in the Western community, at least they are starting to understand that it's not enough only positive, moral support for Ukraine, but the very clear language is needed. Marshall Plan, also what we forgot to mention, but in that resolution, also very clear language was put, for example, that sanctions should stay till Russia will implement Minsk agreements and will give back border control to Ukraine, and normalization of Western relations with Russia will depend on Russia's total withdrawal from Ukraine. That's very clear and very, very important language. So that is what we need to do. That is a goal of our strategic communication.
Andres, thank you. A very clear message there at the end, and perhaps the lesson has been learned. It's the extent of willingness to do something. Now, I can see you're frustrated, sir, but there are a lot of people who want to get questions in. It's always a time to gauge how interested and ready you are to ask questions. There will be opportunities, but I do think you all need to get your coffee. We have a short break here of 20 minutes, then we're straight back in the hall. Before you go, though, please express your appreciation to our panel for their contributions this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Central European piece in the global puzzle is coming next, so come back. take the seat there. We'll close the doors and we will start our next session. And a very significant session this is as well. Thanks for coming back in. We reflect obviously on national issues here at the Forum and on regional and on global. And this is the part of the day today where we will broaden our horizons to have a look at the turbulence, the challenges across the piece. And there are, as you know very well, lots of them. We want to start with a particular focus, however, and to do that, we're going to look at what has been called the Central Eastern European piece in this global puzzle, and whether it is indeed one piece and how it fits, if it does. And to do that, I'm delighted to say that Karol Schwarzenberg is with us to take us on that conversation. Karol is chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Chamber of Deputies in the Czech Republic, former Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2007 to 8, and again from 2010 to 2013. Karol, you can take us on an introduction to that journey in our conversation, please. Okay, you're very welcome. That's for you. So we know the topic, Central Eastern European piece in the jigsaw puzzle.
Speak about Central Europe, as in the title of my lecture is to speak about Central Europe. First, we should know the definition of Central Europe. It's not a purely geographical definition, because actually, if we take the stretch of Europe from the Canal de Manche to the Ural, it's more in the western part. But the difference is Western European nations had the necessary reforms in the 17th, 18th century, or 16th even, by upheaval from below. If it's the Netherlands, if it's England, if it's France, the situation will change by revolutions. Central Europe, the changes were, which then it was thought a better solution. I don't know if in the consequences it was a better solution. The necessary reforms came by enlightened rulers, like the kings of Prussia, like Empress Maria Theresa, the two sons, Joseph II and Leopold II, and this carried on, to be quite honest, till the 20th century, where again the reforms, be in the Czech government, be in Poland, were brought by the government, not from movement from below, Balcerowicz, Klaus, and so on. It was the government who installed. Eastern Europe is the area where the development was totally different. First of all, the Christianity came from Constantinople, not from Rome. And second, due to the different historical circumstances, they had neither Renaissance, nor Reformation, nor the church reforms, which happened in Western and Central Europe, nor the period of enlightenment or bourgeois revolution that came then the Great October Revolution. So that's to put the difference. What is for me Central Europe? Some people identify it with the old Austrian-Hungarian Empire, but it's not entirely. It's as I told you, the part of Europe where the changes came from above. And of course, it is split nowadays since World War II, because World War II first really divided this area, because the greatest part of it, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, then Poland and so on, came under communist rule, whereupon Germany and Austria had the luck, Germany not the entire, but the greatest part of it, Austria completely, had the luck to land in the free part of Europe, which of course created a difference of development and of view. Therefore, in spite of the similar history and similar basic thinking, there are some differences now. The make the most important thing. Free thinking started in Western Germany, Austria, immediately after World War II. In our countries, it started only after 1889. So this is the great difference. So up to a certain way, I always argue to my German friends, we are considering the big freezer, which was a communist time. We are still in where you have been in the 70s. Don't expect that we are so much faster, so much cleverer than you, that we can make the gap in a faster time. Because one always forgets communism rules was the most conservative rule in the world. It was like a big freezer where very slow developments happened at all. After the revolution, the power was established. The industry stayed the same before, or only bigger. Few really new investments. The society stayed up to a large degree as it was in the beginning of the 20th century, and so on, and so on. The thinking too stayed with the Marxist thinking, which was from the 19th century. So this is what I call Central Europe. And of course, the thinking, therefore, is slightly different, not as much as we think, and sometimes you then realize the surprisingly similar thinking, only in other words, which you have in Germany, in Austria, as with those states who were under Soviet rule.
So in giving us that, the history up to now, essentially, you do feel there is a real entity, which is Central Europe, do you?
Of course, yes, but it's very difficult to tell exactly the frontier. But it is. You are Central European, and in spite of the fact that some people decline, we have declined, some of our politicians and even friends of mine, we belong to Western Europe, nonsense. The difference of thinking is exists. And of course, the Russians say, as Lavrov explains to me, that we belong to Eastern Europe, because when there was 10 years ago, the question in the anti-missile defense of Europe, if there should be installed an American radar in the Czech Republic, where the Soviets fought against it, and were very much against it. And there was a meeting in Moscow between the then EU presidency, which we belonged to, we were the presiding power then, and the Russians, which all the EU things, dealings were very smoothly, very pleasant things, everything so on. But then there was a final press conference. And if you did yourself, have you done a lot of press conferences, arranging and making them, you know when there's a question coming which was ordered, which evidently, a question which was ordered, which evidently the journalist was asked to ask this question. And so a young girl got up and asked Minister Lavrov that if it's true that they will install their missiles in Kaliningrad or Königsberg or whatever you call it, Kralowetz, if we have this radar in the Czech Republic. And said, yes, we will then install the nuclear missiles in Kaliningrad if a radar is in Eastern Europe. Whereupon I got up and said, excuse me, to my knowledge of geography, it's about the distance to the Canal la Manche. It's about a third or less to the distance to the Ural. So definitely we don't belong to Eastern Europe. That's what Lavrov expected, and therefore he said, no, you belong in the United Nations to the Eastern European group, therefore you are Eastern Europe, meaning you are belonging to us. Don't doubt that. And that, of course, is a Russian view, that we belong still to Eastern Europe. But it is an entity which exists in thinking, traditions, and so on.
Well, that has obviously a very important influence on the psyche of the people there. But if we look at it in terms of as that piece in the global puzzle, how how much of a role can that piece play in the global puzzle?
I am afraid the great role of Central Europe doesn't exist now. Because in defense to pre-World War I, when there was the Austrian Empire, which was a great power, now we are little states. The greatest is Poland, about the size of present Spain and so on, not one of the really world powers. And the dominating power, of course, in our region is Germany, which is up to a certain degree the central power, a Central European power now. But of course, for historical reasons, it's too long to explain now, Germany, even if in praxis it is a hegemon, has always some psychological difficulties with the smaller countries, east of them. You saw it, and this psychological barrier exists very much on the German side too. For instance, the Visegrad Group, which is one of the loosest arrangements in the world, international. We don't have even a permanent secretary. There doesn't exist one employee of the Visegrad 4. The secretary moves with a presiding power between the capital of Prague, Bratislava, Warsaw, Budapest, and we are more consulting than anything else. Still, if you read German newspapers, they look at the Visegrad Group with great suspicion. This is an anti-German group. It is not. It is a group of Jews who were poorer and smaller than Germany. Very simply. Of course, nasty people will say, why they are poorer? And there was something like World War II, where all these countries ended under Soviet rule, and who started this war. But that is another story.
But yeah, the Visegrad is an interesting example because, as you say, very loose.
Visegrad Group is not a power group, it's a consulting group and a group of similar problems. Problems developing their economy from the communist times. I mean, the greatest part is done, but still we are backward against Western Europe, developing our infrastructure, developing our civil society, democratic institutions. And of course, yes, sometimes we feel that we don't have the long democratic tradition which were in Western Europe. As I said, already back in the time, because we never installed the reform from starting revolution, but from above. And we, of course, see now in two Visegrad states, let's say a tendency to more authoritarian rule than it is usual in Europe today. Yeah. Not that there would be dictatorships, by far not. But of course, they have a slightly different system than in Western Europe they're accustomed to.
Well, certainly, and I think there are those in Western Europe who are anxious about what's happening in Hungary, for example, and whether there is a direction of travel for that group of countries, for Central Europe, or is Hungary, is Romania, are these isolated individual cases?
Romania, there's no great problem, I would say. They are developing very well. Romania made enormous progress. Hungarian situation is singular because, yes, the Prime Minister has a very strong position because there's practically no opposition. The opposition, great opposition party, the Socialist Party, destroyed themselves. And that gives, of course, if you are ambitious ruler, great ambitions, slowly to suppress civil society and install yourself as a ruler in the old systems, which is, of course, a danger. In the moment when the traditional democratic systems of opposition and ruling party doesn't exist, which should be in similar dimensions at least, then of course democracy always is in danger. Because if you are ruling, I know it myself, if you're in government, you always think you have too little power. Never I met somebody who was in a government who said, I have too much power. Never I met it.
But of course, that is a worry, and it can be a risk, of course.
Yes, but still, you see, I do think, in spite of several developments I don't like either, now the fight against the NGOs, the fight in Budapest, the Prime Minister started against the Central European University, some movements of the Polish government. I don't like it. It's not my cup of tea. But still, we are far away from a dictatorial system. I don't know about one case, neither in Hungary nor in Poland, who will be for political reasons in jail. I don't see camps or something. But honestly, the system of democracy, as we thought that we have definitely established in Central Europe after the year 90, is in those countries changed. Right. That's true.
And that would be your message, would it, to those within the European Union who might say, it's time we sanctioned Hungary in one way or another?
Yeah, deal with them, speak with them, and press them to more traditional democratic system, but don't overdo it. Don't exclude them, nor compare them with some fascist dictatorships. These are the articles which are indicated as if there would be a new fascism in Poland and Hungary. Nonsense. But one should see the historical development in different countries, and they have different results. And to be honest, I mean, I'm an old man, so I remember it. This kind of system, as it is there, was after the war, in several European countries. And nobody was astonished about it, and nobody minded. Western Europe developed in a certain way due to the '68 revolution and other development, and they are astonished that there are countries who are still in another phase of development, and that we have to respect, not try to speak to them like a teacher to a nasty boy in the school class, but having dialogue and with all classes of society. And I am sure this period in the history of this country will be soon over. It won't be longer than maybe 20 years.
Okay, I mean, we'll be about to broaden this out into looking at the turbulent issues around the world, and no one could have predicted the immigration flows that is affecting a number of countries, of course, in the area, in fact, many European countries. But I get the impression you are quite sanguine about the pace of change and modernization in a way that others might not be. I'm not sanguine
because I don't like it, to be honest. But I think the greatest mistake we would make if we would speak in terms which apply for really different systems. And that is because it estranges those countries. We have to see it realistically. It's not what I like. It's not a political system I would enjoy, but still it's a tolerable system. That's it, what I would call it.
And as a sort of, finally, do you think Central Europe is given enough weight, either within the European context and certainly on a bigger picture?
I think Europe should do much more what we are doing, but in some countries still too little, for the education, for the students, for the different NGO groups and so on. I know it from my own country. Those students who studied in Britain, in Germany, in the United States and so on, think in a very different way to the generation of their parents. It is a new generation. Those who stayed in the traditional schools are much closer to the past. And the more we get in contact, the more the young generation gets in contact with their colleagues in Western Europe or in States and so on, if they see sort of the more I'm sure this sudden mood of going back to the 19th century will end, because it's somehow a strange nostalgia for 19th century, much more than anything else.
Carol, thank you very much indeed for putting the picture there for us for Central and Eastern and Central Europe, which sets us up for the moving on to the next stage of this. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Schwarzenberg, thank you very much indeed for your time. We're just going to do a little bit of a scene change up here to bring a couple of chairs up so we can accommodate our extensive panel for the conversation we're going to have over the next hour and a half. And as we do that, once again, to get you in the right frame of mind, I believe we have a video that we can show to highlight the issues.
Terrorist attack. The international airport there in Brussels. 2 men entered the building in the center of the French capital.
When they heard those bombs go off near the stadium.
Nightclub in Istanbul in Syria's war.
White truck. French city of Nice.
Eastern Ukraine is the village of Avdiivka.
Thousands more have arrived on these beaches in the last few weeks.
I'm running for president.
I am officially running for president of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panel for the discussion on the new security reality, working for stability in turbulent times. That's one thing we can all agree on. We're in turbulent times. Let me introduce our panelists. Sorry, I was just looking at the empty chair. We've got an empty chair policy for a moment here. So Rebecca Harms. Rebecca, thanks very much for being with us here today. Rebecca is MEP, a member of the Greens, German MEP, and please do look at the biography pages for a bit more depth than the brief summary I'm going to provide here. Daniela, thank you for being with us. Daniela Schwarzer. Daniela is from the Otto Wolff, is in fact Otto Wolff Director of the Research Institute of the German Council on Foreign Relations. And nervously for me, a journalist, or former journalist, or journalist. We'll stick with journalist. Paula Dobransky. Paula, thank you very much for joining us. Paula, as you will know, of course, was Undersecretary of State for Democracy and Global Affairs through 2 terms, 2001 right through to 2009. Does that make you the longest serving Undersecretary, Paula? Pretty much up there, but a Republican, and we're very pleased to have you with us in our midst today. Thank you. And Nicolas Tunser is the president of the Center for Study and Research for Political Decisions in France. Nicolas is also, as I think you'll be able to touch on, involved in what is a very heated and turbulent election campaign for president in France at the moment. Thank you. My microphone, just to fill in the gaps. The empty chair is for parliamentary business reasons, but I hope we'll be able to welcome Mr. Kaurelis as the Defence Minister of Lithuania a little bit later in our discussion. Fine, gives us all time to get involved in the discussions. Rebecca, let's start from this end and we'll work down as an opening gambit. My goodness, you start building the list as to what the turbulent times are caused by, and it's pretty much a never-ending one at the moment. It doesn't matter which part of the world you're in. There are things out there to frighten us at the moment.
Yeah,
So as Europeans, we got used to talk about more and more crisis developments in our neighborhood. We got used to talk about more and more critical developments and even so splits inside of the European Union. But I would like to introduce my contribution with what I think is necessary and is also a positive view or perspective onto the European Union, because I'm convinced that for the future of the European Union and also for stability of the continent, it's very important that we understand what the European Union is. How we are working, how we are functioning, and it's very important to understand what we are not as European Union, because those so illiberal forces across the countries of the European Union who want to destroy the European Union, they always come with the description of the European Union as kind of new European empire with quite authoritarian structures, with very much power organized in Brussels and easily to govern, the whole European Union easily to govern from the technocrats in Brussels. This is all wrong. And so one of the, I think, important experiences which everybody must understand is that the European Union is still a union based on volunteer commitment to contribute to the European Union in each member state. So we have agreements, we have treaties, but so if a decision like in UK happens, so member states might also decide to leave the European Union. What happened in the UK, I think, was a moment in which more and more citizens and even also politicians in the remaining 27 member states understood how important the commitment, also the idea of again and again volunteer commitment in the European Union is.
What do you base that argument on then? Where's the evidence for that?
The evidence I can, so recent evidence you can see in the vote in the national elections in the Netherlands, for example. I think also in France, at least from my position, I observe that there is a kind of refreshed mood behind a new political force, called Macron, and this new political power created beyond the old polarized parties in France is a very pro-European force, like it happened to the majority of political parties which have been very much which got very much support by citizens in the Netherlands. So I think this understanding what the European Union is and what it also delivered for the citizens grew during the period of Brexit campaign. The understanding was getting even deeper, facing what we call nowadays Trumpism. So for me it was a very interesting experience that Mr. Putin was not that much understood as a threat to the Europeans in the west of the European Union as Mr. Trump was. So Trump threatened the Europeans more than the old Europeans more than Putin, but in the end, the reaction and the learning process in this age in the period with Mr. Trump. So this learning process is helping the Europeans to get organized, to get reorganized when it comes to security and peace. I find the whole process in between the Bratislava summit and the Rome summit very important because in this relatively short period, maybe also helped by Mr. Trump, the Europeans and not only the politicians who prepared the Declaration of Rome, but also the citizens went through a learning process on what is Europe about. It's mainly so about guaranteeing peace, security, and by this also the space for democratic development. And people now in the European Union understand everywhere better that what we have to do for our common security, we can only do in an optimal form if we do it together. So for me, it's quite impressive how Brexit and how Trump changed the mood on security and what the European Union is about, and also about the need for compromises among the Europeans. It shaped this understanding in a relatively short period. And I would like to add one more important thought at the beginning, because also for those who are still outside of the EU and want to join the European Union, those countries on the continent, like, for example, Ukraine. I think it's important to understand that the European Union is always based again and again on negotiations and on compromises. There is no possibility in the European Union so far to change this. Yeah? So the table where everybody comes and joins difficult decisions to be taken, and this table is the core of the European Union, and it delivers, sometimes not fast, but reliable again and again for those who are committed to this process on making compromises by sitting on a table.
Okay, Rebecca, thanks very much indeed. That sense of a new resolve to bring stability out of what's been a sense of disorder for a while. Daniela.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I can pick up perfectly where Rebecca left us. So it is true that security has become a much more important issue in the inner European debate, and there's a long list of reasons why this is so. The most important one that was discussed in the preceding hours was obviously Russia. But as Rebecca said, depending on where you go, into which EU country, you hear other risks as being more emphasized. For instance, the fight against Islamist terrorism. So other people, and unfortunately so, see immigration as a threat to their security. Obviously, very often drawing the political link to terrorism, so there's a political task which is of huge importance to dislink those two debates. And finally, Donald Trump by some is actually also seen as a security risk. So what we have to do is we have to be aware of our own European identity, but we also have to take into account that our own strategic environment is actually possibly changing quite rapidly. Now, this debate as such is obviously not new, because for years we have been talking about global power shifts, both economically but also in terms of military power, the challenging of international institutions that we have been part of with as Europeans, and which for some time have been challenged. And now, with Donald Trump coming into office, there are more questions with regards to global order. Now, I'm German, I live in Berlin, so I'm very aware of the way Germans, the German policy community and the German government thinks about its own foreign and security policy. And that is basically through the prism of order, both the European order and international institutions and the global order. So the idea of, big power play is something that in Berlin is generally not liked and not discussed. But it's really a very explicit attempt on the side of the German government to do what it can to keep the institutions and to keep the integration which has been built together. I personally think that is a very important task, which of course cannot only be led by one country. And for the past month, of course, we have been in a kind of limbo within the European Union. Although I subscribe to the positive assessment that Rebecca Harms gave us from Bratislava to the Rome Declaration, what we still lack is a very concrete political initiative to move things forward. One area which is crucially important is, of course, foreign policy and defense. Another one, in my view, is of socio-economic nature. Because in my perspective, the Eurozone by now is still not sustainable as it has been built. And we have strong divergence within the Eurozone. And I think the important thing to bear in mind is that today, security cannot only be defined in traditional terms. An example which I'd like to give you is the way that the global strategy that the European Union put forward last summer really emphasizes the concept of resilience. Now, what does resilience mean? Resilience means we recognize we are actually vulnerable. So resilience is a sense of being attacked and then recovering. And this is not only a matter of security, but it's also a matter of social stability, of societal cohesion, and of economic backdrop, which has to be promising to people. And I think here we see one of the major fragilities that Europe lives through these days, and that is the vulnerability of our own societies, which we are only slowly starting to grasp. Rising populism is one signal that people are willing to flock to actors who promise them illusionary alternative views of the world, and this is a problem, as you know, which is very current in the European Union today. I wouldn't say that its origin lies in any way in the European Union, but populist forces from within the EU attack the EU simply because it's a very welcome target to be attacked. So
but they have grown up through some of the crises brought about by the EU. If you mentioned the euro, for example, I mean, that has been part of the problem.
It has been part of the problem, but the emphasis that populists put on the European Union, first of all, is completely exaggerated, as they really tend to put all the blame on Europe. But I think what we need to realize is that incomplete integration, meaning you liberalize something or you integrate something and you create a sense of lack of control from the perspective of citizens without creating the political capacity then on the same level as you have, for instance, integrated markets or integrated the Schengen area. That leaves people with a sentiment that politically nothing can be done to protect them. And interestingly, there's a parallel here between the Eurozone in some way and the Schengen area, because we saw integration in both ways and then an incomplete political framework going with it. And then as a national politician, you can't do what you promise anymore, and the European level doesn't have the capacity to do enough. So you rely on national governments to deliver something on the EU level, but they have completely different incentive structures. So there's a big political gap here. Okay. And the struggle Europe faces now is basically to complete that gap and to forecast. Obviously, this will not happen before the German or the French elections, so let's hope for an initiative from both sides sometime this fall.
But that's a very important point, which we'll also cover off. Another election, then another election, which makes this year difficult to reach important decisions and to find the leaders who will do that. Paula, you've heard the word Trump a few times. We don't have to go straight there. We've got plenty of time. But perhaps in this turbulent world, you know, what is your perspective? Where do we go?
Well, thank you. And first of all, good afternoon, and also really congratulations on the 10th anniversary of this forum and to Open Ukraine. I'm very pleased to be here. I did first want to make a few comments about this topic of security and the elements that I think are very important to the issue of security, and then take a moment and respond to the comments about President Trump. I was just at a conference literally about 24 hours ago in Washington that was hosted by the Atlantic Council, and it was on Ukraine. And there were a number of Ukrainian participants who were there. And why I'm beginning with that is because actually one of them, in discussing the issue of security threats, emphasized the importance of an international rules-based order, a liberal international order, that at this time, in terms of the preservation of security, stability, the values that we hold dearly, I have to say I agreed completely with what he said when he emphasized that security is about having a framework, a structure, and having countries and nations abide by it. As we know, when we look at the aggression that has taken place in eastern Ukraine and in Crimea, in this context, we know that this was a violation of a framework, a memorandum, rules that are in place. And as you can imagine, I think there was a second important point, and that is that it's not only a regional issue, that these rules are rules that came into being post-World War II, post-Cold War, and they don't apply to just one region or another region, they're global. So in that context, the second point is security and what happens in this arena really has ramifications for other arenas. And I think it's important to take that and step back and look at it in that context. Because what does play out here is, of course, very important to this audience, but it's also very important to other audiences as well, as a second point. Let me mention a third. I think a third key element that has to be underscored and has been out there is the importance of our alliances, of our partnerships, of our associations. All of these matter. Collective security, looking out for one another, and there are many different kinds of formats in that regard that really do matter, and even matter more today. Because when you look at the kind of pervasive threats that we are all facing, there has to be a kind of collective arrangement and one which undergirds the approach that we have in combating security threats. I'd mention, fourthly, the importance of economy. And I mention this in particular because it's a fact that gets often overlooked. And I have to say that at the conference in Washington, there was a real focus on the fact that Ukraine was getting, in fact, the additional tranche of monies from the International Monetary Fund. There was quite a vibrant discussion about the reforms afoot, what has been achieved here in Ukraine, but also what needs to still be achieved here in Ukraine. And I mention reforms because it's not only an issue, by the way, for Ukraine, but by the way, I think it is for the European Union. You heard the comments made about where the European Union is going. There are issues relative to the importance of reforms, and I think that we've seen that played out in terms of the European public at large. In the United States, economic issues have also been a key issue. When I look at what were some of the crucial factors that dominated our elections, definitively the economy was one of them. And the importance that the American public attaches to change the building of our own infrastructure, looking at cutting of taxes, looking at different kinds of reforms that many of our politicians have spoken about, but actually haven't taken the concrete, tangible steps to actually do it. And hence the title America First, in a way, that's where it comes from. That doesn't mean, and I'd like to at least clarify, that doesn't mean that there isn't an interest or a desire to lead and be engaged internationally, but what it does mean is we also have to be concerned about projects domestically that have been ignored and haven't been addressed for quite some time. And then I'll also mention, finally, just in my comments about security, is the issue of humanitarian issues. We know that Europe has really had a very challenging time dealing with the refugee issues. These have been derived from the conflicts in the Middle East, as we know, and it takes its toll on all of the countries and their economies. It's difficult. But I also want to mention something that, since we are here in Ukraine and in Kyiv, something that also I think needs to be recognized. In this country, there are 2.5 million Ukrainians who are displaced because of the conflict in the East, who also are concerned about getting back to their homes, having the occasion and the opportunity to vote, and to live normal lives. And in that context, we have a great stake in also ensuring that as part of security and our security focus, it's not only about military, it's not only about political, but it is also about, in this difficult period, addressing these humanitarian issues and concerns. If you don't, these issues can destabilize even further and have a multiplier and ripple effect. Let me just say a couple of words before I pass, or the mic goes to my colleague here. Let me say a few words about President Trump. You know, I will say this, you know, I would not have defined it at all the way you did. The way I would have defined it is, I do think that first, coming out of our last administration, the Obama administration, the United States took a position which was not one of engagement. In fact, the policy positions that were broadly taken were ones in which they were stepping back and moving away from being involved in different crises internationally. There are many examples that I could give to you. The most graphic one is the one in Syria, where the line was drawn, and speaking of France, because of Hollande, you know, where the line was drawn, and then we didn't follow through. Well, clearly, that impacts our credibility and also our influence, which I was not a proponent of those actions. But then to come to President Trump, I think President Trump has many assets which I don't think have been rightly reported, in terms of his directness of stating exactly what he thinks needs to be on the table to be addressed. And let me pick two that are relevant to this discussion about Europe and perceptions. President Trump challenged the issue of NATO and this whole question of burden sharing. To go right to the point, the issue is the United States has been carrying for quite some time the largest share of the security burden. And our Secretary of Defense just recently spoke at the Munich conference, and you know one of the things that he said very directly, he said, you know, countries that care about their own security and their next generation have to step up to the plate. Because if you don't step up to the plate, then there is that question that why you're not making your own investment in your own people and your own next generation. And that's what really underscored the whole essence of what President Trump was putting forward. That yes, we are an alliance, and yes, we have to work together. And by the way, we do recognize there are large countries, there are small countries, there are some countries better endowed in Europe and some less. So you have to figure out what the contributions may be. They might not all be in monetary terms. You know, some NATO allies have said, well, we give our contributions in kind. But I'll also say there are some very large countries that in Europe that have not. So in that context, I think that did create a stir because, you know, for decades, both Republican and Democratic presidents alike have tried to encourage this agenda, but it has never been stated so directly. And I think that President Trump really wanted to indicate that, you know, it was very meaningful, his statement. And let me give the last, and I'll pass, if I
okay,
may.
last point.
One last, and that is just on the EU. And in the question, particularly about trade, because this is an area where I'll say, and why I pick out trade, that I think a lot was said about what President Trump meant in terms of trade and trade agreements. And what I'll just say simply, I think that if you look at the statements made, he is an advocate of trade. It's the context and the details of what the trade agreement is, period. So in that sense, I think some of the statements genuinely have been misinterpreted as far as I could see it, and also from where I've stood on these issues. Thank you.
Paula, thank you very much indeed. Something tells me we'll be coming back to one or two of those points. Before we do that, welcome. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. I appreciate you've been busy. Well, Nicholas, I'd like you to pick up now to get your opening comments on, and that can get everyone up to speed as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Well, I won't belong on France, but I think I want just to put an emphasis on a very simple fact, which is that the fate of Europe will be decided in France, I mean, in the next French elections. Exactly. I think because basically the choice that we have now in France is the choice between Europe and Putin. Is the choice between an open society and bigotry. Is a choice of freedom and dictatorships. And actually in France we have just 3 candidates, as you probably know, just covering up to Putin. Mrs. Le Pen, as you know, Mr. Fillon and Mr. Mélenchon. And you have 2 other candidates, Benoît Hamon and Emmanuel Macron, whom I am supporting, I must say, who are basically...
Sorry, Nicolas, you said you are supporting. Did you say you're working with Macron?
I am supporting him.
Just to make it clear.
To make it clear, to make it clear, you know, because I am campaigning for him, he's a good friend, etc. But that's another story. But basically, I think that we have to make the choice between the 2 kinds of completely different values. And when I am saying that the fate of Europe will be decided in Paris in the next coming weeks, I mean also the fate of Ukraine and the fate of Syria. And I think that's a really of tremendous importance. And I must say that you have some candidates that have decided to increase the budget of defense up to 2% of the GDP. You have some candidates supporting Europe and really willing to move forwards on defense, on security, and advocating also a geopolitical vision of Europe, not only an economic one. And you have some others also who are basically Eurosceptics, some of them even willing to have a sort of Frexit. And I think that's a real importance because, as you know, and especially for Ukraine, you know also that France is part of the Normandy format and is advocating, of course, the full compliance with the Minsk agreement. And you have some others saying, well, we just want to lift sanctions, we want to accommodate with Russia, and who are pasting exactly Russian stances, which is completely different. But no, if I want to come to a more global picture, I think we have really to understand what Russia is doing in Syria and in Ukraine. It's not only attacking Ukraine, invading the Donbass, annexing illegally Crimea. It's not only supporting Assad, but it's a true willingness to destroy the international orders, to put the world order and also the rule of law just upside down. And that's why Russia is not only supporting Assad's war crime, covering, you know, its deeds, but it's also committing war crimes itself. And with a very strong evidence, which is, it is truly a sort of challenge to the liberal world. And when we are considering also all the international organizations, and especially UN, but also the OSCE, it's a true willingness coming from Putin's Russia to just unravel those organizations. And that's a true challenge because actually we, you know, in the Cold War order, we had basically 2 systems of values. We had the communist values and the values of the free world, of the liberal world. And some people say, well, Putin's don't have a sort of playbook. It's completely untrue. Putin has a playbook. Putin has a system of values. Of course, we can read Alexander Dugin's books and papers, etc. But I think it really represents the true thinking, the true thoughts, and the true intent of Putin in the world. And I think that's opposing to this system of values, we have, of course, to stand for another systems. We have to advocate them more clearly. And we have also to rebuild the international organizations for the sake of those values. When it comes to the UN, when it comes to the EU, it's basically systems that are not only here to protect, but that are organizations who are defending, promoting some values, the concern for human rights, the concern for open society, the concern for humanitarian rights.
and humanitarian law. And I think that's of tremendous importance. It means then, and that's my third thing I want to put an emphasis on, that probably we have to completely rethink the world order. Two things then. First thing, I think that we have to, of course, reshape the UN, to reshape the EU, but also we have to probably think that if the UN is completely collapsing, and if Putin is just trying to undermine the UN, then probably we have to envision also some kinds of military interventions just to respect the responsibility to protect through other organizations. And since we don't have to be fooled with that, if the UN is inefficient, we have to build something else. And we have also to think a sort of complementary missions between NATO, the EU, I mean the EU security and defense policy, and OSCE. And we have, of course, to coordinate those organizations better than we are doing now. The third thing I want to emphasize, actually, you know, Europe is based, of course, on compromises. It was truly recalled just right now. But compromises with whom? Compromises with the member states, of course, but not compromises with countries like Russia, for instance, or like Assad regimes, who are just trying to destroy our values. Of course, we have to talk with Russia, but we don't have to negotiate with Russia. On which issue could we negotiate with Russia? Unknown. We cannot abandon Crimea. We cannot negotiate on Donbass. We cannot negotiate on Russia trying to shape the agenda in the Middle East and especially in Syria. And I think that's also something that we have really to understand. The negotiation actually with Russia is just meaningless. That's the second thing, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Nicola. Just as one slight aside to that, what was the level of interest and how did it emerge within France at Marine Le Pen's encounter with Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think it's not only Marine Le Pen, but, you know, of course, you know that Marine Le Pen, you know, is completely embracing, you know, Putin's positions on everything. She wants to give up completely on Crimea. She wants to lift the sanctions. She is supporting Assad regime in the name of the fight against terrorism, even if we know that neither Assad Syria nor Putin is really fighting against ISIS. And I think that we have to remind this. They are not our allies in the fight against terrorism. Just a false narrative. But, you know, putting an emphasis on Marine Le Pen must not hide that also Mr. Fillon, who is the conservative candidate, is also a very good close friend to Putin's. He was very often invited in Putin's dacha. And some of his supporters, like the MPs Mariani and others, are also Putin's friends. And I think that the ties, personal ties with Putin and Mr. Fillon are even closer than the ties between Putin and Marine Le Pen. And I think that from an European perspective, in a way, well, if...
I suppose my point, though, is does that play in France?
Yeah, unfortunately, of course, there is a concern from intellectuals, of course, security advisors like myself, of course, but I think that the general public doesn't pay a very great attention to that. But I think that, nevertheless, that actually the general public perfectly understands that Marine Le Pen is a true danger for Europe. What we can fear, however, is a very low turnout. But if we consider the opinion surveys, most of the French people are supporters of Europe. They are supporting Europe. They don't want to leave Europe. But unfortunately, we know that we have the irrationality of the voters. Just remembering, the opinion surveys before Trump's elections, you had 1/3 of the people who voted for Trump who were saying exactly in the same time that Mr. Trump is unfit for presidency. And in spite of that, they voted for him. They said that Mr. Trump was not a smart man, that he was, making a lot of offenses to the women, especially, etc. But they voted for him, and we could have this sort of irrational behaviors in the French electorate too, and that's danger.
Nicola, thank you very much indeed. Raimundas Karoblis, thanks very much for joining us. And you probably got a sense, there's plenty of turbulence. We're looking for answers.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, sorry for being late because of continuous bilateral meetings. Well, speaking about the turbulences and about the status or health of the security situation in the world and Europe, yes, it's complicated, but personally I'm now a little bit more optimistic than, the situation was in December, than the situation was in summer because of Brexit, and more optimistic compared to the situation as it was in last April. I have in mind the referendum in Netherlands. Indeed, and why? Indeed, we need to have Europe, the world, and the Western world need the clearly leadership. So on security measures of NATO, definitely. So United States, but in Europe also, in European Union, yes, probably Brexit, and all the movements which were the lack of the leadership in Europe and in the member states, and here it's the main issue. What we have really now, already in March, that I think United States, as a result of the elections, yes, some member states, some people really had doubts regarding the views of the new administration, but now it seems that we have more and more, actually, so the reasons to believe that United States is eager in the position to continue its role as the leader of the Western civilization, leader of NATO, leader of security situation, and we have this during various points, starting from the ministerial meeting of defense in NATO ministerial meeting of defense in February, then the Munich conference, so now the ministers of foreign affairs, NATO meetings, and others. Yes, maybe we have some doubts about the, let's say, position of the new administration on such issues as trade, climate change, and others. But in security, already now it's possible to say that it's really quite clear. Europe, indeed, the Brexit was on the really new page in the European history. But on the other hand, we now already have full assurances from the UK governments that it remains committed to the Western values, to Europe, and to the security challenges, both in Europe and elsewhere. Yes, we have the situation that was starting with Crimea occupation in 2014, aggression in Donbass, so the observing new tactics and the hybrid wars which are clearly, first of all, propaganda in the information wars which were clear. But on the other hand, we feel that the resilience from the population, of course, first of all, Baltics, probably Poland, it's increasing, but we expect this resilience also in the west of Europe. For example, Dutch referendum. It's really it was bitter story for Ukraine, but it was not Ukraine. It was the crisis, first crisis, one of the crises in Europe. And at least for the EU bureaucrat, it was clear that it is about the information campaign and money influence also from the East. It was quite clear. Unfortunately, as we see the results in the Netherlands, so the situation is changing. The people are trying to understand then also understanding in the European Parliament and others that it is impossible to avoid, it's necessary to avoid situation, necessary to take measures to of course, to prevent cheaply buying European politicians, indeed, so also using Russian money. It's also clear. Understanding on the increase of cybersecurity, which is clear. These are positive steps which really we see, and of course we need to continue with the fight against these aspects and to increase the resilience here. And these are dimensions, the new dimensions where both NATO and the European Union could work, and we, being on the border with the European Union, also must make our contributions. Also, speaking about the leadership and leadership in Europe, we very much expect, yes, France is really a very important factor here, and we very much expect that it will be really positive results for Europe. But on the other hand, the factor which we have is the leadership of Germany in Europe. It is necessary both for NATO, it's necessary for the European Union, it's necessary for the United States to have the alliance and strong position, the position of Germany. And we are very happy that Germany has the leadership in Lithuania, leading the NATO battle group here. And really it's the first such kind of the operation in Europe of Germany since the Second World War. They are also learning, but on the other hand, they understand the responsibility they have. They are for deterrence, first of all, vis-à-vis Russian threats, but on the other hand, they are saying if deterrence will not work, we are ready to defend, and that we are the part in the sense of the Lithuanian defense forces, and they are fully integrated, they are saying, to our national brigade. So it's really, really positive, and this was the understanding both from, first of all, Chancellor Merkel, Minister of Defense, that it's really necessary to go to that to show the leadership. Of course, there are discussions on the future of NATO, contributions to NATO, but also at least some graphics, some trajectories also are necessary here. And we hope that with this kind of leadership we could move further, both for the strengths of Europe, in its present functions and future functions, and also additional contribution to the strengths of NATO, but also to the strengths of wider security system in Europe, which also, in my view, I very much expect will cover in the future Ukraine, also and other countries which are determined to proceed the way of the democratization.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, just before you do, Paul, because I think that is giving us the platform now to open up where we've taken this discussion so far, and that reference to NATO does fall quite neatly. I'm going to come here first, then we'll come over to you, Paul, if that's okay. But and it's to pick up on something Rebecca and Daniel, something that Paula made very clear. There was a very direct message to NATO that came from President Trump, and it was a sit up, take notice. It was a shock tactic, and it seems to have worked.
Well, I think what we need to keep in mind is that the goal of working towards 2% defense spending is actually nothing that Donald Trump put onto the table, but it's actually an agreement that the Wales NATO summit took back in June 2015. So he reiterated something. It's not a splendid new idea. But I think, you know...
He did add, no question, he added an urgency to that question.
Yes, but let me come to that. Now, looking at the German debate, there's a risk to the kind of push he made. And that is that we have deeply politicized discussions at this point in the electoral campaign. Are we doing this for Trump? And it's very important to remind over and over again, no, this is a reasonable goal, which NATO agreed upon, and we have a commitment. So I think that's the important message that we need to send domestically. But I would like to point out two other risks that, in my view, have emerged from his approach, Trump's approach to NATO. One is NATO's capacity to deter relies on credibility. And in my view, many things that Trump said as a candidate raised a lot of concern within NATO as to the credibility of the United States' commitment to the alliance. Now, when you look at the Munich Security Conference, there was a very well coordinated message from Washington, which came through Pence and Mattis and others. But when you then talk to people and ask them, so did you hear it, do you believe it? Many said, we heard it, but we somewhat need the word of the president to really add the credibility that the United States used to give to NATO. And I think that's a very important point to bear in mind. The other worry that I have, and I share it with many Europeans in my view, is this transactionary approach to NATO. So this idea to table a bill for the service that the United States has provided in terms of providing defense. I mean, obviously this is political rhetoric, but what I haven't clearly heard from the US president is a statement that Europe's security lies in the strategic interest of the United States. And this was something that his predecessors would emphasize regularly, and there was no doubt in Europe that this was the perspective. And again, I don't think the core strategic interests of the United States have changed, but the rhetoric has changed. And I think we need to we need to be cautious, not what is, I mean, one question is what is actually the strategic interest of the United States if a president decides not to make the statements that would usually come out of Washington? But then the other question is, how do other actors who are hostile to Europe's stability and security actually see this as an opportunity? So I do think more reassurance is needed from the United States on the issue of NATO, but also on the overall American interest in Europe's stability. And again, I take this in a broad sense. It's not only hard security, it's also other issues.
Okay, Paula.
I have to very much disagree because, as we know, during campaigns, you get into the heat of the campaign, and I could think of countless candidates, including in Europe, statements are made, but you look at not what's said, but you look at actions. And in this regard,
there aren't many people who've suggested NATO's maybe obsolete, though. I mean, these are pretty
but let
big
me come
statements.
to the point. Let me come to the point, which you said. It is true that it was put out in Wales, but nothing's happened. In fact, I've been in this, and so have you, for decades. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. I mean, the Clinton administration, you go way back, Republican, Democrat, forgive me for saying, on this issue, there's been no movement in Europe. It's interesting to me, in a way, maybe the shock element has moved this issue forward. And I know that when General Mattis came and spoke in Munich, he was very direct about it, and he said, look, again, aren't you concerned about your own future? So in this regard, I would say that, but let me come to the question, which was, has anything been said? I assume that you did not see the statements made during the time of Prime Minister May. She came, they gave a joint press conference in which there was a direct discussion about NATO and a direct and public reaffirmation about the United States position. The president spoke to this issue. I think they had a very good press conference. But I wanted to add something to the statement made by my colleague here, which I thought would be of value to all of you hearing if you had not heard. The Secretary of State Tillerson just was at the NATO-Ukraine Commission meeting. And at that meeting, 3 statements I'd like to just quote verbatim. Quote, he said, Crimea-related sanctions must remain in place until Russia returns control of the peninsula in Ukraine. Basically, it's a non-recognition policy. We had non-recognition policy toward the Baltic states. That's what he has stated verbatim. He also states the United States sanctions will remain until Moscow reverses the actions that triggered our sanctions. And finally, quote, repeated targeting of civilian infrastructure by Russian-led separatist forces, which poses an elevated risk of humanitarian disaster, must cease. I wanted to highlight that because this session was devoted specifically to Ukraine and the clarity of the statements that were made by the Secretary of State.
Paula, thank you. Rebecca, did you want to?
Yes. So I have also to come back to the question or the issue of how affected the first time of Mr. Trump taking office, how affected this decision-making process in the European Union. And whether you agree or not, from your Washington perspective on what happened, so it was not only that we felt that Mr. Trump was suffering from a kind of confusion about the role of the United States in the West, but that we also, at least for a certain while, saw him driving away from EU solidarity, looking for coming closer to the Kremlin. So this was a long, for me, a long period in which he created a lot of doubts on where his priorities in his geostrategic thinking, if it exists, where his priorities are. And this, so from my point of view as a European who since long believes that we have to take more common activities, common European activities on our security, this helped the Europeans to do things, to decide on things which they should have been done for a long time. And this is not only about 2%. I think the 2% issue is, maybe it's even a minor issue, because if we will not be able politically to agree on what is necessary, we will not be able to agree on 2% or whatever we see is necessary financially. So we have to agree politically on our own security issues and how we respond to those issues. Trump helped the Europeans to be more clear altogether on the real challenge in the east of this continent. So if there had been doubts before Trump took power, those doubts disappeared more and more. Meanwhile, you find a lot of European leaders very outspoken on the fact that we see invasion and occupation on Ukrainian territory. Many people who have been very careful before, they are now much more outspoken, and the possibilities to find strong agreements grow with being clear on what's going on in the east of the continent. And the experience, my colleague from Lithuania right now mentioned the NATO experience in the Baltics and in Eastern European countries. I think, especially for a country like Germany, my country, is very important. I visited also the NATO brigade in Rukla, and I found it also for the soldiers joining this brigade, so Germans, people from Belgium, from the Netherlands, and the Lithuanians together, joining the experience that only by presence, only by their presence, they create in the Baltics a much better security situation. And so this is for the whole, so further debate on how we develop our security strategies. It's a very important experience, and it's improving also, I think, the EU mood. Yeah, it's a military exercise they are doing. Yeah, but it affects outside of Lithuania. For example, via the German soldiers not joining but being in contact with their colleagues there, it very much so improves the possibilities for a common European security strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. Raimondas, I just want to ask first of all, you said with regard to President Trump, yes, there were doubts, but actually we're getting a greater sense of certainty. Paula gave some statements delivered by Rex Tillerson, and I just want to ask the question whether it matters to you particularly if it's Rex Tillerson or Donald Trump making those sorts of pretty clear, direct statements.
Yeah, I think that the statements in particular from Mr. Mattis were very clear. So both in February and later. But on the other hand, of course, we see the actions and assurances from Americans, militaries, etc. we have signs which really are very good. The same is in the foreign affairs field also, measures are positive. But really what I would like to come from the different angle a little bit, that yes, I'm only 100 days in my position, but from the very beginning I had the questions. Are you afraid, Mr. Trump? My answer was no. Because really, definitely, United States is always the global power defender of Western values, and we don't have any doubts regarding that. Indeed, first of all, instead of raising doubts, we need to engage as soon as possible. Also, I had the privilege to participate in the November meeting in the dinner of ministers of EU ministers of foreign affairs, organized by Madame Mogherini. Also, the single message was, instead of raising doubts, we need to engage, and first of all, we need to engage with the new administration, so as soon as possible, on security matters. And we are here. In my view, the interest of the United States is also the continuation of the leadership in the world, defending Western values. If not US, who else indeed? And really, but for that, the allies are necessary also. And really looking back to the situation which we have in 2001 after September 11, Afghanistan, then Iraq and elsewhere. So yes, maybe with some limited assistance, but indeed it was a lot of nations of NATO participated there, and not only NATO, in these countries, and we really provided all really, in my view, valuable contributions for us. So this is how the allies really are working. Now, really, yes, I agree that with also Americans that Europe must make additional contributions and fair contributions. And indeed, it's not new issue, but really just setting probably timetables, it's not enough. Maybe it's right that really we need to think and to look to very concrete trajectories, commitments, how the commitments will be implemented, how they gradually until sometimes. Some commitments, really, it would be even impossible to implement by some nations technically. Let's say Germany, from 1.4% to 2% immediately. So it's about infrastructure, about armament, and about the soldiers new, and it's really impossible. It's necessary to have this graduate aspects. On the other hand, if we engage on such issues, for example, instead of temporary, at least financing, we are looking to other issues, the possibility to react and of course, possibility, of course, to provide troops during few days for the operations. It's also a valuable contribution. Yes, let's go for that. So in my view, so the political messages which we have, first of all, regarding possible real threat, conventional threat from Russia, they were very positive. Secondly, that we need to look to the south also, and then we all need to make additional contributions, all NATO members into the south, Lithuania also there in Iraq in the coalition. Yes, these are right, the messages, but this financement and other issues. So this is the internal kitchen of NATO, and which is timely, earlier or later it's necessary, and it is done. The last one is possible to say, EU's role here. And indeed, EU was in quite comfortable situation, quite long time through the rose relay glasses, etc. Now the situation is different, and even with these warning signals, so the initiatives which we have already on the table, so on PESCO, on the increase of role on security and defense, they are positive, and we should support all the initiatives of the European Union which facilitate the increase of advancement of the EU member states and increase of the capabilities of the European member states. Details are details we will discuss, but these are the main principles on which we Europeans should follow.
Okay, Nicola, I know you wanted to come in, and then Paula, and then I'm going to see if there are any hands that might go up that will want to get some. I think there might be a few. Yeah. Okay.
No, but three very quick statements. So the first thing, I think that we have to make the distinctions between what NATO could do and what NATO cannot do. And I think that's, of course, a very important distinction, because there are some things that NATO cannot do. For instance, NATO, because of the Atlantic Treaty, cannot, for instance, concretely, and I mean militarily, help Ukraine just to fight Russia in the Donbass and to have Crimea coming back. And I think that we have to just to understand this. The first thing, the second thing is, of course, that then the Europe must, I think, on this realm, and that's exactly the same in Syria and in the Middle East, more generally speaking, the EU must have a role. And that's the specific role of the EU that we still have to define. And I think that's why I was just mentioning that the EU, when it comes to strategy and defense, has a complementary role to NATO. And I think we have to coordinate. And from this point of view, I think that's very important that the US recognize what could be the EU roles in the future. And that I think that the US has to be more supportive and must be supportive to the EU. And the third thing I want to say is that actually there is in the world only one agenda setter. And the country who is actually the agenda setter is Russia. And so I think that the main question is how the EU and the US, and I think that they have to do in full coordinations, could be again the agenda setter. But because I think that, Paula, you perfectly described the situation. I think that when Obama decided not to enforce the red lines in Syria in 2013, it was not only a moral retreat, but it was also a strategic retreat, because we were talking before about, the multipolar world, or the G2, or it was Jan Bremer's world, the G0, but then after 2013, the reality of the world was the G1, and the G1 was Russia. And I think we have completely to reverse the situation, and that's why the EU could help, I think, is this new agenda setting.
Okay, over to Paula, but just to remind you that Mr. Trump said just last night, my attitude towards Syria and Assad has changed very much on the basis of one particular strike. Paula.
Well, a couple of points. First, I wanted to acknowledge Rebecca's statement, because I think you made a very important point, a broad point, and that is, I think that we've been very complacent. I do think at large, I think the United States in these past years, and I think the West at large has been complacent. And your point about stepping forward, you were mentioning the positive that has come out of this in terms of Europe taking ownership of security issues. I think we did become very complacent, and part of that, I think, is attributable to the fact that the United States was not engaged with Europe in charting an agenda forward, and an aggressive one, and that international engagement does matter. I agree with you, and I agree with you in the sense of the partnership and what is needed going forward. I think there is also clearly a recognition that we are being challenged. I began, and my very first words out of my mouth was about a Ukrainian expert in Washington talking about his most serious concern about the challenge to a rules-based order, the international-based order, because of the aggression in eastern Ukraine, no less the illegal annexation of Crimea has challenged it. Putin in Munich in 2007 gave a speech at the Munich conference in which he did discuss this very directly. And I think that if there's anything, and since I have maybe the last word, maybe not here, you do, it's back to you, and that is to say that, this first point is a really crucial one, because we cannot be complacent. These are values, institutions. This is a framework that has maintained peace, stability, and security. And I think you're right in saying that we have not come forward. And I look back on the last administration. We are in a new administration. And as our vice president has said, there has been no honeymoon for this administration at all. It's been challenged at home, abroad. But I think, as I have seen in terms of the statements made, I think that you will, in fact, and we have seen statements made that craft and frame the importance attached to these issues, because it does matter to our peace, security, the very essence of this particular panel.
Okay, Paula, I will give you the last word for the moment, but otherwise we'll go back and forth for quite a lot on this. I said I'd open it up to questions. If I can just get a sense of people who would like to ask a question so we know where we're going. Yeah, quite a few, and I won't forget you this time, sir, but in fact, fine. We'll start there, and then we'll come to the lady at the front, please, second. And we'll take 2 questions at a time, and we will get round to you. We will get round to you. Yeah.
Дякую. Іван
Thank you. I am Ivan Zayas, Civil Organization Movement of Ukraine to Know. I want to ask you a question about the role of Ukraine for stability in changing times. In the first session, many people were saying that future of Europe will depend on future of Ukraine. And many people were saying that the best response to Russian aggression against Ukraine would be a successful Ukraine. We should be given the answer to the question, under which circumstances Ukraine could be successful. We were recommended to have a Marshall Plan for Ukraine, but nobody said that Marshall Plan for Germany and Marshall Plan for Ukraine, as it is saying now, are absolutely 2 different things. At that time, Germany was seen as integral part of Western world, of Europe, and in the future, European Union. Today, I was disappointed by Ukrainian speakers who didn't have political will to raise a question about possibility of integration of Ukraine into Western civilization, in general European structure, into NATO and European Union. What they were suggesting, such a structure, NATO plus Ukraine. Is it possible to achieve the criteria having this formula? My opinion is it's impossible. It's the same thing as if at the soccer field 12 men are playing football and you are standing somewhere far away, not on the playing field, you are just practicing, and you are told when they are playing together, you try to practice and achieve same level of game. Other question, the goal that Putin sets during war.
З Україною. Тут говорилося
During Putin war with Ukraine. It was mentioned that Putin wants to destabilize situation in Ukraine. No. Putin wants to destroy a Ukrainian state as geopolitical reality, and he is using different methods. Initially, through annexation, through broad-scale war, tried to achieve it. He was not success. Now he's demanding federalization. No success. Now he's doing it through the fifth column.
Yeah, thank you, but thank you for your comments.
Тому я думаю, що треба розуміти, що
one should understand what is the real goal of Putin. What was before? This is just tactics. If we don't understand it, we shall never respond to Russian aggression.
And second question here, and then we'll take those both together. Down here, we'll get you.
Well, thank you, honorable speakers. I'm Natalia Katsir-Buchkovska, Ukrainian MP. I do have a question for the panelists, as I'm mainly engaged in energy reform and would like to raise energy security question. Energy is one of the tools that Russia used to destabilize the region. And as a response to this threat, Ukraine already diversified energy flows, gas flows. We do a lot of things to make more or less secure our country and region. But what needs to be done? As a response to this, our reforms, Russia is implementing some projects like Nord Stream, South Stream to bypass Ukraine, and it also could lead to instability in the region, not only in Ukraine. So what could be the responses? What could be, the ideas to save the regional energy security? Whether it is possible to create an energy hub, gas hub on the Ukrainian territory, whether it is possible to stop this project like Nord Stream, South Stream, and stop destabilizing regional energy security. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll start with that question first, and we might come back to the other. Why don't we start with the Green? Rebecca.
So my position is in the European Union quite clear. I think there should be no big new energy deals with Russia or with Gazprom. Because whether we are talking about Nord Stream or other projects, why should the European Union, after recognizing the security threat posed to us via Ukraine by Russia, why we should respond to this by giving more and more money to Russia, by buying gas and other resources, money which later on will be invested directly in better military infrastructure in Russia. So I think the European Union, beyond the idea of the economic sanctions and personalized sanctions, which we have since Crimea and since the war in Donbass started, I think the European Union should resist and not deepen its energy dependence from Russia. The money should be used to be invested in alternative infrastructure and homegrown energies, energy efficiency, etc., etc. We could discuss details later. But I would also like to reply to the other question, because the Ukraine of the future, after going through all the reform processes, will be the final success against the idea of Vladimir Putin. But saying this, we cannot ignore that the ongoing war and the very awful situation in eastern Ukraine is a huge burden to a country in such a reform challenge. And I'm convinced that the Minsk negotiations have to address in a much tougher way the problem that Ukraine, for being able to do successful reforms, needs peace. But Russia, in this situation, still needs and uses the war in the East to distort the reform process in Ukraine, and also by this having impact on what's going on in Europe. It's I think something which needs much more engagement by France, by Germany, by the European Union, that the Minsk agreements, when it comes to ceasefire, so far have failed, and I don't know. So on this, we need to push in Russia much more than, for example, on elections in Donbass.
Okay, thank you. Ramondas.
Yeah, thank you. A little bit on energy security. Firstly, of course, Putin is using this as energy security as the weapon, and it is very clear. Secondly, on Nord Stream 2, yes, in my view, and majority of Lithuanians think so, that it's by Nord Stream 2 and by the decisions, it's betray of the Ukrainian. So unfortunately, we have this situation. And for sure, it's not convincing that the third energy package is not applicable for Nord Stream 2 because it's going through the sea. Sorry, it's really nonsense. And really, unfortunately, this is the situation. And it's really very hard to speak with politicians. I'm not speaking with let's say, with German politicians, former politicians, let's say so, but even with Nordic countries. So they are saying, yes, it's very bad, but providing facilities for Nord Stream, it's the competence of municipalities. And even if the parties are ruling of municipalities, we can't influence. And these are such excuses, which are not serious on. But thirdly, so this Nord Stream and Nord 1 is about the losing of incomes, of course, from transit services by Ukraine. Yes, it's very important. But another side of energy security and security of supply is really the functioning of the country. It's safe from supply side. I would like to provide the example of Lithuania. So Lithuania several years ago did not have any alternatives of supply of gas. And we paid the highest price in Europe for gas, twice than Germany, for example. Now we build our capabilities and we have full independence on supply of gas from Russia. It's really fully market economy. Prices dropped twice, even more. And really we have self-sufficiency from third sources. So it could be expensive in short time, but it's really worth to invest to avoid using energy as a weapon.
Okay, can be done. Thank you. Did you want to, Paula?
I'll make two quick comments. First, on the question of a successful Ukraine, I do think that sustainable reform does matter. I think the package from the International Monetary Fund, I think, was very, very important in terms of undergirding the reforms taking place here. But also, it was noted about there remains to be done a number of key areas that still need to be reformed. One which was specifically mentioned is the banking area. And yes, Ukraine should be able to decide for itself what institutions it wants to be in. Rasmussen, the former Prime Minister of Denmark and also the former Secretary General of NATO, was just in Washington, and he was making a strong appeal for the maintenance of sanctions. And I say that because following on the previous two comments about, and particularly Rebecca's comments, about Russia's actions, he made a very compelling argument because he said, I know in Europe this is tough, but I look and weigh the issue of the cost of inaction versus the cost of acting. And he said, I will always err on the side, and in this particular case, of going with the costs and the stresses and the strains of acting against the aggression, and until there is a ceasefire and a recognition of the Minsk agreement. On energy, just simply, I think the issue is diversification here and literally coming forward with a plan which provides for your energy security, where you are not hostage to flows that will impact what you have here at home. It's basically energy security. You have, and Ukraine has so many resources to draw from, and there are new technologies and in which you can actually do a lot for yourselves here.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have some more questions. Yes, there's one here, then one there. Let me just get a sense of people in hands of gentlemen there. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of this session, I am Professor Igor Todorov from Uzhgorod National University. I am one of the 2 million Ukrainians who are IDPs. For 30 years I worked at Donetsk National University, and I just must ask a rhetoric question, the same one I asked at this forum 1 year ago. There seems to be a recognition that Putin's Russia's policy is a threat to the entire world. What is to be done by Putin's Russia to avoid this annual raising of the matter of prolonging the sanctions? What else has Russia to do for Europe to deepen its sanctions and to isolate Russia? Russia is a violator of international law, and that's the gravest offense, and such offenders should be held liable. So I'm speaking now not about soft force, but about some rigider actions on your part. From your speeches, I see that you understand a threat posed by Russia and that the threat is growing. But isn't it time to take steps?
There's a lot of the discussion is, of course, about how long can those sanctions that are there be sustained, let alone this point, which is, come on, let's step up the game. Who would like to take that first? Nicola?
I can say yes about the sanctions. I think that we have to not only to expand sanctions, but even to extend them. But having seen that, I think it's not really the solutions. And when it comes to the Minsk agreements, and we are talking about the Minsk agreements, and I think that obviously they failed, but actually we don't have anything to replace them. That's the main problem that we have. But I think that's the main failures of the Minsk agreements, and we all know that Russia is overwhelmingly responsible for the non-implementation of them. That we don't have any enforcement mechanism. And by enforcement mechanism, I mean military mechanisms to enforce the agreements of Minsk. And that, I think, that's the main problem. I'm not saying that we have, of course, to shell Russia's position and to go to Moscow and to shell Moscow or anything like this. Of course not. But I think that, you know, there could be, like, I don't know, some not peacekeeping because there's no peace, but some forces that could be there really to monitor the situations more than actually the OSCE is doing, because the OSCE, of course, has no real forces. And I think that's really the role of the EU in the next coming months or years, to think about what we could do just to avoid the shelling of civilian population or Ukrainian military positions. That's all.
Thank you, Nicola. Did Daniela or Rebecca? I mean, it's a very pertinent point, but it was a question a year ago. We're still hanging on it. Yeah.
No, but not only since 1 year, but since the very beginning of the Minsk agreements, since the first signature, there was a demand by Ukrainians to have a blue helmet mission, robust blue helmet mission, to guarantee the so-called contact line. And this was never seriously picked up, but so according to my experiences, I visit again and again the contact line and the territories controlled by NATO. To my experience, without such a mission, the Minsk agreement on ceasefire will continue to fail.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, just a very short comment on the sanctions. First of all, I agree on the monitoring piece and that presence should be increased in the region. For the sanctions piece, I think, you know, that it is a struggle each time they are being renewed politically within the European Union. And to me, the recent movement of the US position on the question is crucially important, because we shouldn't underestimate that America has played a role over the past years in helping Europeans who were for sanctions to keep the EU in a consensus on the issue. So I do believe it's very important how Washington positions itself, and it's the Europeans first to take the decision. But then, if I'm correctly informed, next January, the decision has to be made in DC whether the government sticks to the sanction regime. And I do believe that's a crucially important decision.
Paula?
I'll just add, I think the point made about the United States position does matter, and the executive branch has spoken to this issue. Also, you may know that our Congress doesn't agree on a lot, but both Republicans and Democrats have come back very strongly, not just in support of current sanctions, but have called for expansion. And just my last point, I didn't say, and I should have said, when Rasmussen came to Washington, because he issued a report and really got quite an audience with his report and his appeal. He basically said that it's not just about the current sanctions, but one should look at other ways and means of elevating the costs, because there won't be an incentive for an agreement or a reconciliation, if you will here, a resolution is the right word, unless the costs are high enough to motivate Moscow to move. And in this case, one of the sectors he mentioned was energy, in particular in the report, targeting certain sectors. We know actually at the time, I remember when some in the United States were talking about some financial sanctions. I remember that relevant to one area called SWIFT. I remember Medvedev said that if there are sanctions on SWIFT, it would be viewed as a declaration of war. So clearly, certain sanctions, have impact and some less so.
Thank you very much. We'll take the next question here, and then there was the gentleman here. Yeah.
Semeny Alexey, Director of Institute for Global Transformations. I have the question to Polo Dobransky. You've told that the approach of previous administration of Mr. Obama was actually non-involvement or even disengagement. I fully agree with you. It was conscious, be it approach or even strategy. But having said that, will you describe, or what, according to your feeling, will be the difference between this previous approach and nowadays approach of Mr. President Trump? Namely, let's be explicit. For example, if Russia crosses some red line or one more red line towards Ukraine, whether the United States will be ready to go to the conflicts with Russia or even to war with Russia because of Ukraine. So what will be the difference towards Russia and towards Ukraine by this administration? And short remark to Nicolas, when you told that the Ukrainians' fate will be decided in Paris, namely due to the elections, I am deeply convinced until the moment when Ukraine's fate is decided in any case, any other capital of the world except Kyiv, we all Ukrainians will be in huge troubles. And until now, we are in huge troubles.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the statement. And we'll hold on to the question as we take a second question just from the front here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anatoly Pinchuk, President of Ukrainian Public Association, Ukrainian Strategy. Putin's hybrid war directed to creation instability in West countries, especially in countries of old Europe, but these countries more founded on ethics instead on civil and social contract as the USA, for example. What message necessary counter action this hybrid war, on your opinion?
Okay, thank you. We'll take a third question back at the room there. Yeah, just there. Thank you.
Pavlo Zhonyrenko.
Pavlo Zhonyrenko, Center of Strategic Research, Kyiv. First, a comment. Right now, Right now we are speaking about Russian aggression, about the resulting problems, but we should also be speaking about such an enemy of Ukraine as corruption in Ukraine. The civil society of Ukraine is fighting against corruption. This fight is very important, and let's hope we'll win. And now my question. There was that debate about Trump before the election and Trump after the election, and his stance to Russia. Ms. Dobransky, don't you think that before the election and after the election, Trump was always frank? He was speaking what he was thinking about. He really believed there would be a possibility to have a dialogue with Russia. Yet Russia knows how to turn friends into enemies, and Russia proved that after Trump's election. After all that, what Russia is doing with its Western partners, after Putin's words about Trump's visit to Moscow, it appears that Trump came to understand what Andrius Kubilius understood a year and a half ago. When he remembered his conversation with President Putin, when he said that he recalled that he had met this person before, and it was a young hoodlum from a Russian city's suburb. So please don't be afraid. And I quote the words of John Paul II.
Mr. Trump and how he is going to respond and how he's going to pick up on what's going on. Whether there's Trump 1 and Trump 2, either side of the election, is moot point. Okay.
Okay. Let me make a comment on your question and the question back here. I'm going to let yours be answered by others. Working backwards, on your question, let me put it simply. You know, I think about virtually every American administration, Republican and Democrat, has looked at what we call reset. I was part of the George W. Bush administration, and I remember when he received Putin in Washington, and then you know that there was, with the Obama administration, a reset policy. I think that, and I can only speculate, because the administration has been in place only for 4 months or 3 months, and they're in the process of drafting a national security strategy document, and they haven't put forth such a document yet. But I can only speculate that, just like the others, that there is a desire to try to engage and by non-violent means maybe produce results. We've seen what's happened with that. I personally, I'm not a proponent of that, because we've seen in a Republican administration and in a Democratic administration that that did not bear fruit. But that's the only context in which I can put it, is the incentive of trying to bring about change. And most of our presidents have sought to do that with other leaders. As for your question, the gentleman in the back, you asked me a hypothetical. And you know, I've always learned, I've been 25 years in government, it's very difficult to answer a hypothetical, because quite frankly, for the scenario that you've cast for the future, we already know what's done is done. But for the future, the fact is, one, again, there's a national security strategy that is being written. It's only been 3 months of this administration. I think we will see what the blueprint for action. Secondly, I do look at what the Secretary of Defense Mattis has said, and no less Secretary Tillerson. I brought Tillerson's statement because it was the most recent one, which was very strong in terms of the language about Crimea, the non-recognition policy here of Russia's illegal annexation, and no less in terms of the condemnation of the recent targeting and ongoing targeting of civilian infrastructure by Russian-led separatist forces. The question is, what do you do in terms of the actions you take? There are always options on the table, and you have to determine it. And it depends on what the aggression is, the context, etc. I will add 2 more points. One of the requests made by Ukraine was for lethal weapons. I was a proponent of that, personally. Our Congress also, Republicans and Democrats, have been proponents of that. That's been a request from Ukraine, and it's a request which many of us think, should be recognized. The last administration, the Obama administration, opted not to move on that. As for this one, as I said, it has a review going on right now, so I think I would give it a chance to see what the architecture is. And I'll conclude on this note. I think most importantly, because we've spoken about NATO, I think there have been very solid reaffirmations about any kind of aggression and Article 5. That's not related exactly to your question, but there are others sitting here, so I do want to say that about the importance of Article 5 and the recognition of that, and our, not only acceptance, but action attached to that.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm sorry, we're up on time. I think the second question, nonetheless, was about hybrid warfare and counteracting that. What I'm going to do, as diplomatically as possible, is defer that to our panel, which is coming up shortly, which will focus very much on that. But, Minister, if you had a very last word you wanted to say, just to deprive Paula of the last word on the panel.
Okay, on hybrids a little bit, if possible. So the problem is that neither NATO nor the European Union or member states did not have any mechanisms to counter the hybrids. Stratcom against propaganda, and also cyber, it's the same. Now we already have structures. Both in member states and European Union, NATO, they are starting to move, and it is really quite okay. Secondly, at least the beginning is quite good. Secondly, yes, we have countering the propaganda. We can't use the same methods, which means lies, actually, the countering that. But as our experience already shows, so we really need to have good correlations with public, to have with media, to deconstruct fake messages as soon as possible and to present as soon as possible. And it really works, actually. Our experience with the fake news against German allies, we had already 2. It worked very well, and it is really very good received for the increase of the resilience of the population. So, and what we see, so it is really, it could be used, and is used also in the west of Europe. And next, of course, yes, we can't counter propaganda by propaganda, but we could invest more to mass media international just to provide true information for those which really needed Russia, etc. So regarding Putin, the first question may be, and it was the discussion, I think, regarding measures. Firstly, yes, I agree that we need to continue with sanctions, and Russia feels the pain of sanctions. Secondly, we need to stay strong, and to say that we're strong and we are united. And thirdly, yes, dialogues are possible, but we need to, of course, also from the point of view of strengths, we really need to know what we want from the dialogues, what could be the result. And lastly, we should not go to business as usual and should not send the messages to business as usual. And only in this case we could get the results on Ukraine also.
Minister, thank you very much indeed. A punchy finish to the session. Apologies to those who had their hands going up, but we've run out of time for this session. In fact, we've eaten into time to your coffee break, so it's becoming what they call a comfort break, maybe, for most of you. Please, though, thank the panel for their expertise, their openness and frankness in a very lively debate. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. As we did rather beautifully at the end of last session, we springboarded into the issues of hybrid warfare, the crises and the prices of hybrid warfare, and it's interesting to see how this, as an issue, it's always there, but how much it seems to be growing almost month by month in terms of public awareness, not least of the extent to which the roots seem to delve down into so many different areas of society. And interestingly, I came here to Kyiv from a sports conference in Denmark, where I was interviewing, among other people, Lord Sebastian Coe, who is president of the International Athletics Federation. And one of the issues we had to discuss was the work of fancy bears in unveiling details about individual athletes. So that sense of an awareness across the piece, not just those who are aware of political issues and interested in them, is growing by the day in different directions. That's just one solitary example. We're going to get a considerable more depth than that from our panelists. So let me first of all introduce them to you. Closest to me is Mikhailo Koval, who's First Deputy Secretary, the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Robert Ondrzejak is with us also from the Ministry of Defense of Slovakia. Bogdan Klich. Bogdan, good to see you again, as always. Minority Leader of the Senate of Poland and the Minister of the, Defense Minister of Poland from 2007 to 2011. And Victoria Suma, who is a member of the Verkhovna Rada. I rather like the new tradition we've found here, where you can all be presented properly to the audience. So perhaps I can start in that sort of order. Mikhailo, you are closest to me. Give us a sense as to the degree to which either this issue is being tackled or it is growing out of control.
Well, as the first deputy of the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, I keep all these issues related to hybrid war under my personal control. So I'm quite current with the way things stand here. I normally report about that to the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, and the Secretary reports directly to the President about all the forecasts and the current state of affairs related to hybrid war. So this is something I deal with on a daily basis.
The scale of the issue as you see it now.
Ну, ці масштаби не тільки для України, це...
Well, the scale of this problem is not just for Ukraine, but for other countries as well. You would be aware that in 2014 there was an annexation of Crimea by Russia. On the same year, we experienced an exacerbation of the situation in Donbass, where we were one-on-one against the Russian aggressor. But this problem is very deep and multifaceted, and it should be viewed not just within the scale of Ukraine, but in terms of international perspective, including the Middle East and so on. If you take a look at Syria, for instance, a large number of refugees from Syria ended up in Europe, and we know what kind of a headache it is for Europe. So the lesson that we have to draw from this is understanding that now we are experiencing redivision and redrawing of borders. And the country which is the aggressor against Ukraine is the one which was one of the three guarantors of our security, ironically. After we had received sovereignty and relinquished our nuclear weapons voluntarily, suffice it to recall the Budapest Memorandum and who signed it: the United States, the UK, and Russia. But instead of guaranteeing our security, Russia unleashed aggression against us.
So, to what extent are you able to counter that?
Україна як держава і
Ukraine as a state and the armed forces of Ukraine and all the components of the security and defense sector have gained quite a rich experience, which now we are even sharing with the allied countries. We directly experienced the negative influence of the so-called New Russia state, which is a self-proclaimed formation in the east of Ukraine. We keep analyzing all the threats and risks stemming from that phenomenon. And we started rebuffing the aggression, and our main achievement is that we stopped the aggressor in his tracks. And the armed forces of Ukraine did not just keep the territory of Ukraine intact, but in some directions they even made an advance against the aggressor.
But it does feel, certainly from the further away you get from the border, actually these days, the more that hybrid warfare is becoming, people are becoming much more aware now that things are going on. They don't necessarily fully understand the picture and know where it's all coming from. But is that a fair interpretation of what hybrid warfare is doing to us?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, allow me to thanks to all for inviting me again to Kyiv Security Forum. It's always a great pleasure to be here and to speak. I just want to mention that before this panel, I had an amazing discussion with the Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, and those discussions also included the hybrid warfare. And we gave, basically, both of us, we gave to each other perspectives how we perceive the topic. And there were, of course, some very similar elements in those two perspectives. But on the other hand, there were very important differences between Slovakia as a country which is a member of NATO, and we have collective defense guarantees, and Ukraine, which is directly experiencing military operations and hybrid warfare on its own territory directly. So, fortunately, we are not in a situation when we have to face a direct military conflict in our territory or territory of allied states, but it doesn't mean that we are not affected by hybrid warfare. The hybrid warfare became one of the most discussed and most topical issues of the security community in Slovakia, political elite, journalists, and basically it affects the whole society. If you want to go to details, those hybrid warfare and information warfare has towards all countries, not only in Slovakia but also to V4 and Baltic countries, basically is to limit the ability of the society and willingness of society to react on potential and real security challenges, and also to undermine the ability of the political elites and decision-making structures to act in case of crisis. Of course, it's a long-term process, so it didn't appear now. What is a novum, what is something new now, is the length and the depth of that hybrid warfare, which we experience, and the tools also. So we are witnessing, if you're talking about information warfare, which is a topic which is very, very important for us recently, the use of social networks and in case of Slovakia and Czech Republic, Hungary, probably it's more Facebook, in other countries Twitter, and those for us are very important. Second, to support those forces which are very vocal and very loud in media, not necessarily, they don't necessarily represent the majority or significant part of the population, but they are very vocal. So they create an impression that they are stronger than in reality. The third element is to support those forces which are against or Western or pro-European and pro-Atlantic orientation. Unfortunately, we already have kind of forces in our parliament, but they are still marginalized. But they are there already. And to use different NGOs and structures to spread that idea of Slovakia as a bridge between East and West or different alternative ideas. Just one remark, I'm not against NGOs or something like this. I came also from NGOs, so like a year ago I spoke here as a representative of NGOs, of course. So the main question is to somehow limit the ability of the society to react to those anti-European and anti-Atlantic voices, and to create the vision or create the alternative reality by supporting those forces, alternative media, and as I mentioned, the social networks are playing a crucial role in this. The fourth one is supports of different extremist groups, which are openly advocating the non-Western way of the orientation of the country. Those extremist forces are appearing basically everywhere. They are still limited, but if we are not going to deal with them, they will occupy much larger part of the informational space than their real weight, and they will use it and they will spread those ideas. So. To sum up, it's very important to note that those efforts are not isolated, even if sometimes it looks like. Those efforts are coordinated, those efforts are well organized, and we are really living in kind of informational struggle or informational war, which is basically tailor-made. I'm talking about Slovakia now, but I could talk about the Czech Republic or Hungary or even Poland, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of Poland. But in each Central European country, we are witnessing it. If we are going to see the broader picture from France to the United States to the Netherlands, interference to different political processes, including elections and other processes, are very important part of it. We have to say that those strategies are tailor-made in case of every country. So our experiences cannot be directly implied for Czech Republic, for example, despite the fact that we are quite similar. We have history common and everything, or to Hungary. It's very, very well done in terms of strategic choices. So, in a nutshell.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll come back to one of those points in a moment, but you mentioned Poland. Bogdan, straight to you.
If we mention Poland, I would like to congratulate to all the Ukrainians of today's decision of the European Parliament. It was a great day for both, I mean for the members of the European Parliament, for the European Union as a whole, and for you, a significant date. So because of that, my warm congratulations. As for the hybrid warfare, if we agree with Frank Hoffman's famous definition that the hybrid war is a tailored mix of conventional weapons, irregular tactics, terrorism, and criminal behavior in the same time and battle space to obtain the political objectives, we'll miss one crucial aspect of hybrid warfare. This is information warfare, and it was visible so much during the Maidan in Kyiv, afterwards during the illegal annexation of Crimea, and before, as well as during the military intervention of Russian troops in Donbass. So one could say that this dimension of information warfare was not only used and practiced here, but experienced on the battlefield as one of elements accompanying very closely the military intervention in your country. So from that point of view, we know much more about how the Kremlin is ready to use this tool and what are the consequences of this mechanism. But on the other hand, we are also aware that the information warfare can be used separately as an interference with the political process that we witnessed during the elections, presidential elections in the United States. So comparing those two processes and those two mechanisms, one could say that as for the scale, of course, there was a crucial difference between those two operations, information operations, because the first one in Ukraine was much better planned, much better prepared, and it was a large-scale operation. But as for the tools that were used by Russian Federation, we could compare those tools because they were not only classical propaganda mechanisms, but disinformation, using false data, using false information and presenting them and spreading them created absolutely dominating part of those two operations. Of course, here in Ukraine, as for the content, there was a difference with that one in the United States because the Kremlin wanted and tried to refer to post-Soviet consciousness in Ukraine, in Russia, and in the whole post-Soviet space, evoking those remains of Soviet consciousness that existed. And of course, the one in the United States referred to the other spectator or to the other actors. That's why, as for the content, we had two different operations. I would like to underline also the relationship between the content of the operation here in Ukraine and, let's say, the ideology that was finally adopted at the beginning of the process of illegal annexation of Crimea. I mean, this information operation here in Ukraine was addressed and wanted to show the conspiracy theory in which the West was presented as the source of political, economic, cultural threats to the post-Soviet space. On the other hand, Russia was presented as a dominant factor in that place, so it wanted to be perceived as a dominating, with its dominating role, political role in that area, and of course presented also as a protector, a kind of guardian of the rights of Russian-speaking minorities, I would say everywhere, not only in Ukraine, but also in the other 14 post-Soviet states. Of course, it referred to Karaganov's doctrine, but Karaganov's doctrine was incorporated into the doctrine of President Putin, at least during the operation in Crimea, and at least presented during his famous speech in March 2014. Together with Alexander Dugin's ideas of Narodnost and Ruski Mir, as well as the concept of Russian sovereign democracy, they created main pillars of Putin's ideology, and it was this ideology that was behind the the operation warfare here in Ukraine. Certainly, Karen Davisha was and is right, saying that Putin's ideology was not the beginning of the process of consolidating power in the Kremlin, that at the beginning we had the elite, political elite that struggled for power, that consolidated that power, and finally adopted that ideology to support its power. But anyway, the hybrid war against Ukraine was actually a confrontation between its Russian comprehensive project and Western legacy that your country and Ukrainian citizens decided to implement. So from that point of view, we could say, and it will be my final remark, that a variety of tools in Ukraine that were used in the hybrid warfare included as a main dimension political information warfare, because it was necessary to prepare, to carry out, and to launch and to carry out the operation in which the consciousness of Ukrainian people played absolutely the crucial role.
Bogdan, thank you very much indeed. And there are a couple of points I'd like to come back in a minute on, but that's brought us on to the experience, really, as much as anything, of what has gone on here. And I think we can draw on some examples.
In fact, we were forced to develop our own case, how to respond to this informational war. Our panel is called Price of Hybrid War. Ukraine has paid its price. Occupied territory, annexed territory, on a daily basis, people continue dying, and without that informational component, we would not have paid such high price. We have been talking about Russian propaganda, but I want us not to hear, but to see. I want to show video of what Russian propaganda is, in fact. An attempt to organize a referendum on independence of Crimea failed, and acting President Turchinov introduced extraordinary situation in Crimea. Crimea will be Ukraine territory, but troops were brought. Russia announced non-interference into Ukrainian affairs in Simferopol. As a result of fire in trade union harness, more than 40 participants of Crimean anti-Maidan died. They were hiding there. Prime Minister Yatsenyuk accused pro-Russian activists in this strategy. Who has the right, with a machine gun in hands, together with Russian terrorists, to split our country? Another train with Ukrainian nationalists arrived in Crimea. Militants are patrolling streets, beating severely every Russian speaker. June 2015. This night, joint forces of Ukraine and Georgia started operation against Ossetia and Abkhazia. They try to achieve what they have not achieved alone. Morale of Ukrainian soldiers is high. They are ready to use any weapons. July 2015. Recruitment to the army in Crimea. They are recruited to fight Russia. If they refuse, they are put to prison. Crimean rebels who refuse to do it keep positions at the airport, but Ukrainian army is shelling the houses. June 2016. We are pleased to tell us the story. Crimean people jointly with the entire country celebrate Russia's Day. In the central square of main cities of Crimea, thousands of people rally. This is a classical example of Russian propaganda. How the reality could be turned upside down. You can take a real quotation, but show quite different reality to show people all that Russia was doing to justify all that, calling it propaganda war, instigation of interethnical hostility. All that is broadcast at Russia Today channel that is becoming more and more popular the world over. They feel very comfortable in all liberal world. This channel learned to speak all languages, English, Spanish, Arabic. They learned how to bring Kremlin statements and messages, putting them into the mouths of European experts. This is important element. This sounds convincing. And we ourselves felt how that is working and how liberal world, sorry for that, don't have method how to counteract against such elements of hybrid war. We were developing our own case ourselves, and it was not liberal. I was a member of Council of National Defense and Security in 2014. One of the first basic decisions was decision to close Russian TV channels in Ukraine. We don't have language barrier. It's true, Russian TV channels at that moment created very big danger for our country. We had big resistance from international organizations. We had a lot of criticism for that decision. But if we have not taken that decision at that time, I would be sure that in May 2014 we could have lost Odessa as well, because it would be presented same way as this tragedy that really happened in Odessa. We were forced to take more decisive measures, banning Russian movies, Russian videos, because Russian serial movies are now ordered by Ministry of Defense of Russian Federation and Ministry of Interior of Russia. This is also elements that show what is the image of real Russian soldier, how he cares for Russian language, for indigenous Russian people, and they defend these Russian people not in their territory. We started dealing with media education very seriously. For us, important is to teach people how to differentiate the truth from lies, and this is also a new experience for us. Today, we have very deep penetration of Russian propaganda in Ukraine. There is satellite broadcasting. We cannot stop broadcasting Russian channels through satellite. We are answered, this is private ownership, sorry. Despite all propaganda, instigation of war is one thing, but we are doing business, we have liberal business conditions. We are learning German experience. Just recently, they adopted a law that social networks are obliged within 24 hours time must respond to information about fake news in social network. That's very interesting experience. It's not connected with liberal Cuba. From 5 million to 50 million euro, its social network do not respond to complaint of the user that this is a fake information, this is defamation. There should be response to that. This is good experience for us. We shall learn it. The price that the world can pay for such hybrid war, maybe that forces to step away from liberal principles to some extent. But this is the price that we pay to grow up, to become adults and mature. This is the attitude of very experienced chess player playing against a wrestler who is champion of Russia in wrestling. Can we add some glimmer to this image, to that man who is wrestling without any rules? No, we cannot do it because he has his own rules in his wrestling without rules. What should we do? We should jointly develop new rules And the strength of chess player is in his brains, his intellect, to establish rules and to force Valuev to play his role.
I might ask you a question directly about the development of new rules, because I mean this is not quite simply, as you pointed out with Russia today, this is not just a Ukrainian problem where it's Ukrainian issues. It's a globalized issue, isn't it? You can talk about Facebook and the platforms WhatsApp, which is another one, which of course is a particular problem we've discovered recently in terms of the way it's used. So what is the way to achieve that? How do you get to that international recognition? Where is it? We heard earlier from the Lithuanian defense minister saying, actually, we are learning how to counteract hybrid war, but on what scale?
I gave this example of Germany intentionally. It's very demonstrative for me. I'm head of Committee of Freedom of Speech and Informational Policy in Parliament, so we should learn experience of Germany and try to introduce it as well. A number of international organizations are very strongly influenced by Russia, and very often we get not well-founded criticism from OSCE. We know how Russia is influenced position of Council of Europe. I think that this organization should become platforms for developing new rules that probably should not be recognized by consensus. Now we can hardly agree on something by consensus, is Russia will block it all the time. But we must foresee how to educate society, media education at school as a mandatory subject. This is a key issue. We must teach people how to differentiate information that is provided in the informational world. And second, we must decide how we can stop interference of those things that threaten security of people. Russian propaganda is a problem of security, it's quite evident.
You said twice you must teach at an early age, get youngsters to appreciate, to differentiate. If you were taken back 2.5 years or so now to the sort of examples that you gave here, do you think that you've resolved that level of propaganda? Do you think that would be understood, recognized as it is?
You know, it seems to me it's worse to have a precedent or establish an international court. You know that we are now in Stockholm arbitration case in order to show that such video, such propaganda is inciting interethnic conflict, because this man puts on uniform and goes to the war, and he looks like hero, and people that are watching this video feel that he is a hero. If we could add more efforts, diplomatic efforts at the level of international court, and we could prove it, forcing Russia today to remove such content, that would be of sense. We shall take small steps achieving bigger goals, bigger demonstration.
That's the trouble. And I mean, one of the interesting things about Bogdan, as you were saying, about defining what hybrid warfare is and the elements of it, and information warfare, it is different things to different people. I think James Comey was asked about this in the Intelligence Committee. He said he wouldn't use the word warfare, for example. So there is no definition that absolutely works. A lot of people don't really understand hybrid and what it means. But perhaps Bogdan first, then Robert.
Well, once again, referring to this Frank Hoffman's definition, very famous and very useful, he forgets about the information aspect of the hybrid war, the crucial aspect. I have the feeling that the West, when I say the West, I mean both Atlantic and European communities, NATO and European Union, that within the West we are much better prepared, you know, to deal with conventional threats. This first part of Frank Hoffman's definition, I mean classical military tools. And the reaction of NATO in both Newport as well as in Warsaw 2014, 2016 shows that both assurance measures as well as adaptation measures were, let's say, taken from the classical box of responses. Those battalions that are being set up in Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, this multinational division headquarters in Poland that is to coordinate and to command of this enhanced forward presence. This is the reaction that we could predict better because we had experiences from the past. We are not so well prepared to react collectively, although we introduced into the doctrine of NATO cybersecurity 7 years ago as one of the crucial new dimensions of collective deterrence and defense. So we should be also prepared. 7 years, this is a long time. We should also be prepared to do that. But I have the feeling again that this is something much less understood, maybe for those who work in the communication center of excellence in Riga or cybersecurity center of excellence in Tallinn. But this consciousness, this awareness is not so well spread between the members of the alliance.
Robert.
I agree that there is no something like a generally accepted definition of hybrid warfare. As we were discussing 20 or 15 years ago, what's the definition of terrorism? And everybody had different answers according to his or her own experiences, historical experiences or recent experiences. Now the hybrid warfare is something which is very general, and Estonians will say that cybersecurity and cyber issues are the most important part of the hybrid warfare. Some other country would say that propaganda and information warfare are the most important part. For some country, I don't know, energy security is the most important part of the hybrid warfare. So I think it's, as I mentioned in my previous remarks, that hybrid warfare is very much tailor-made, or those strategies are very much tailor-made for each country. The same applies for the definition by individual countries. And yes, I agree with Bogdan that the NATO's responses are much well prepared or better prepared in traditional military security, or in this field, as we are sending those 4 battalion groups, battalion-sized groups to Poland, plus 3 Baltic countries, plus we are establishing those NFIUs, NATO Force Integration Units, to be able to accept allied forces in case of necessity. So those answers are coming from that field of very traditional military. But we cannot say that, okay, we are living in the era or age of hybrid warfare, so we can forget the traditional military part of the story, because it will be a mistake. So we need that part, but we need also that so-called new part or hybrid part. That NATO is reacting somehow by those centers of excellence, Riga strategic communication, in Tallinn cyber. But still, we are developing the whole story. When we are adopted in Lisbon, the currently valid strategic concept, it was in NATO's strategic concept, it was in 2010. There were huge discussions about the cyber, whether cyber issues are part of the collective defense or not. The consensus was not very clear, but according to the most recent decisions in Wales and Warsaw, basically the allies accepted that even cyber attacks or cyber warfare can cause a strategic level disaster. So it's included under the Article 5 responsibility. So, but still it's evolving, and it will do.
Yeah, and you brought up Article 5 there, because it's given what we've heard over the course of the last few months in an election campaign in the United States, one has to wonder whether that has any currency at all, really, that idea, with issues such as cyber warfare.
Of course, if somebody interferes into the election campaign and is able to influence the result, it has strategic impact. Of course, because and I'm not talking about any particular country, but it's valid for almost every country.
But do you think perhaps in some respects it's helpful? What has happened? Has it been helpful in some respect for the revelations that have come out with regard to the US and Russian interference? Perhaps raises an awareness that these things are important. I mean, you mentioned Article 5. The idea that might be something that could be drawn on would be useful, presumably, from your perspective.
I think we...
Я хотів би сказати, що...
May I say about conditions for the hybrid war. No other country has such conditions as Ukraine has. You just look at what happened before to annexation of Crimea. There were Russian troops in Crimea, Russian bases, the Russian Black Sea Fleet, together with the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian Navy. But I'll tell you that it was not right away that Crimea wanted to be taken by the Russians. We can recall Crimean so-called President Meshkov or the Tuzla developments. All that was a prelude to the happenings of 2014. Or we can recall how Russia was pursuing its policy. From all the fleets of the former USSR, all retired officers were dispatched to the Crimean Peninsula. And when Ukraine became independent, the government of the city of Moscow was building multi-story houses for retired officers of the Russian Pacific Fleet. And then we can also recall different movements in Crimea, like the youth movements that were not at all Ukrainian. Or we could recall how the armed forces of Ukraine were undermined and even the 32nd Corps was dismantled. Brigades became battalions, and army units became subordinated to the naval command. And now we can recall the chronology of events, and we certainly remember the number of people who decided not to leave Crimea. They remained in Ukraine. And all those actions to annex Crimea were conducted by Russia as if to ensure the conduct of the Olympic Games in Sochi. And it is from that part of Russia that many units were dispatched to Crimea. And Putin hoped he would have the same kind of blitzkrieg in Donbass. And we saw those Cossack units in the territory of the so-called Novorossiya. And we also remember the position of our Ukrainian Ministry of Internal Affairs units and SBU units in Crimea, in Donetsk and in Lugansk in their composition of 2014. Or let's recall the role and place of many Ukrainian leaders. For 3.5 months, I had the honor of being the Minister of Defense of Ukraine. And without much ado, We managed to put together the armed forces unit, and together with the National Guard and with the volunteers, we managed to localize the conflict because the entire Ukrainian people stood up to defend their motherland. And we did not allow that malignant tumor spread over the larger part of Luhansk region. Parts of Donetsk and Luhansk region were liberated, and then the anti-terrorist operation began. I made my point about Ukraine being unique is because that if we look at any other neighboring country except Belarus, we'll see that their security services and forces, as well as the army units, are clearly performing their tasks, and they don't have that fifth column of traitors like we had 3 years ago. It was no secret how the armed forces of Ukraine were just destroyed by the previous authorities. The armed forces of Ukraine were under the command of the citizens of Russia. Patriotic Ukrainian officers were not let hold very senior positions in the armed forces. And we lived through all that, and we amassed huge experience. And we are ready to share this experience with you. We like the experience that you share, but we are also ready to share our experience, the experience we gained during ATO.
On the value of cutting-edge knowledge, isn't it, as to where it can be used. Now, it's a question and answer, of course, as always, and I just want to get a sense as to anyone who perhaps hasn't asked a question yet as well. There's a lady here, we have a question at the front, and there's one at the back. So let's start in the middle. Any over here?
Irina Dudko, Kyiv National University of Economics. It's not a question, but rather something I want to say to Victoria Sumar. We are aware of your position. We very much respect your response to anti-Ukrainian propaganda that may appear on our television screens. But don't you think that the activities of your parliamentary committee are not enough? Maybe there is a need for an all-national program uniting several agencies, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science, the Ministry for Youth Affairs. We need a general all-national policy to bring our youth up patriotically. I very much like the phrase about defense consciousness. I want our youth to be able to tell fake from the truth. We survive that huge pressure as regards the courses of history, and we survived. And history is still being taught at our universities the way it should. But we also lack an information policy for our history curricula. I think that we need more documentaries than we actually have. And another important aspect, as my view, is merging the efforts of Ukraine and of the EU in terms of establishing some information centers to respond to fakes coming from Russia.
Second question from the front here, Carol. Just wait for a microphone, and then we'll address those two.
I have the impression that we forgot something. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin is a pupil of the Felix Edmundovich Dzerzhinsky Academy of the Soviet Secret Service. It was an instrument of the totalitarian state. And he is educated in this sense and in this spirit. And for them, the defense war, uninteresting. Excuse me. For them who decided to wage a war, a low-level war against Ukraine, for good reasons for him, he uses, of course, as in a totalitarian state, all instruments which are available. It's not the classical military thinking. It's the thinking of a Soviet secret service which used every instrument. If it's television, it's radio. If it's a theater performance, if it's a journalist, everything is used in a war which is a totalitarian state waging. And Russia is the service which serves the Kyiv water, is educated in the spirit. So we shouldn't be astonished that they use everything. We can't say that they only military, and if it's not military, it's not war. It is a war all about on low level, because he's like a modern cook. He detected you can prepare a savory supper too with low temperature roasting. For a long time, low temperature roast prepares a very good roast for the Russians too.
Okay, but that is a very good point, isn't it? A war is to be won, and if one side chooses not to follow the rules, well, what do you do about that? Now, perhaps we can link that to the question. It's fine to talk about education, but it's got to be a much more comprehensive, committed, not just a dip a toe in the water sort of policy.
Ви знаєте, ви кажете, що Путін
You imply that Putin is making use of journalists. That is not correct. Russia does not have journalists any longer. Their journalists were marginalized. It's an information machinery for attacks or even onslaughts. Information weapons, that is how we should call them. As for the statement by the lady, there is to be a hybrid response to any hybrid threat. Certainly not one single agency can respond. All this means there should be some interaction between the education authorities, between other authorities, international organizations. But that's rather a concept, but not a mechanism capable of counteracting Russian propaganda. It may be just a way to convey to the people that we care about their security. And did we really see as efficient operations as Russia managed to conduct? Well, please remember the example that I quoted. So certainly we need a hybrid response to a hybrid threat in an interagency format on the basis of consensus. And in this regard, we certainly need the support from all countries with similar experience, like the Balkan countries, Poland or Georgia. And if all these accomplishments are brought together into one single code, we may try to influence the position of other European nations.
We are not in a good situation, and our starting point is much worse than the current position of the Kremlin. First of all, because they are experienced and they trained, unfortunately, on the territory of your country, Ukraine, not only classical mechanisms of post-Soviet propaganda, but this new branch of false facts. I mean, a new field of disinformation. So this is a new techniques, a new tool, a new machinery that was very flexible, and we are in the asymmetric situation, similar to the situation that we are in front of the terrorist threats. it is much easier to plan and to carry out the terrorist operation against the state, against its citizens, by small groups, networks of activists, even if the state has at its disposal such big machinery like the United States or French Republic. Yeah? And we are in the same situation because the information space in Russia is consolidated, is under the control. And this is the, let's say, the unique information space. When in Ukraine and in the other countries of the West, we don't have the consolidated information space. So there is no one center responsible for preparing, producing, and then spreading information. So we are not in a good situation. But there are some optimist signals. The first one, these are lessons learned from American presidential campaign. And some of us perhaps know that bipartisan project called Beacon Project was launched in the United States. And this is the project that has to counter the information operations, creating the network of websites that would discuss, criticize, and undermine those false facts spread by Russian and other false propagandas. Yeah, that's first. Secondly, we understood after the interference with the presidential elections in the US, and especially Americans understood that information warfare doesn't play the role of one of the elements of the hybrid war, as here in Ukraine, but the information can be an operation alone. It means that can be used without any other military or military consequences. So after this experience, if we do a good job, we will know much more how to counter such operations before the French and the German elections this year, and the other elections in the future. So there are some good signs for the future, I would say, although we are not advanced in countering information warfare.
Chance for some proof points fairly soon then to get a sense as to whether that's working or not. We have a question from over here. Sir.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Matthew Kellogg. I'm here from the University of Konstanz in Germany. And my question goes to everybody on the panel, but perhaps in particular the defense minister from Slovakia, due to your NGO background. We've spoken a lot about the state's response to hybrid warfare and information warfare. And my question would be, what role, if any, should NGOs be playing in dealing with information warfare or the non-directly military aspects of hybrid warfare? Thank you.
Thank you. That sort of works directly to you, Robert.
All right. Thank you very much. It's a very good question, actually, and I'm happy to come from a country where NGO sector is quite strong. We have very specific historical experiences for this, or background of this, because of the 90s. And especially in the field of security and international relations, we have quite good, I would say, NGOs. And I have to admit that in Slovakia, a huge part of the job are done by NGOs. So there are several initiatives from creating websites which are hunting down the information warfare sites and trying to explain to the people basically the reality and trying to give the real picture to that mirror. Basically, so it's we have sites which is called antipropaganda.sk, which is run by NGO, and it works on this basis. NGOs are quite active in talking to people, especially university students. So you will be perhaps surprised how students of international relations and security policy are affected by that information warfare or propaganda. I was surprised, to be honest. So I'm trying to have like discussions with students every second week approximately, but so I have kind of first-hand experience. But really, those NGOs, they are doing, organizing, talking. This is very important. What is very important and crucial, I would say, the cooperation between NGOs and media. Because NGOs can do a lot of things, but without media, they don't have that reach. So, but in Slovakia, it works quite well. Basically, that majority of NGOs, they're working together with media, trying to explain again, trying to hunt down those false informations. They are quite active in social media. In framework of Slovakia, it's mainly Facebook. Twitter is not very popular. There a lot of other things. When I was in NGO, we had this so-called evening school for journalists. So when we were trying to engage them and providing them mostly on Eastern European developments, Ukrainian-Russian war, but on NATO issues and everything else. So there are a lot of things which there are shortfalls, I guess, or problems. Sometimes is the coordination between different NGOs, because a lot of NGOs are doing a lot of job. But sometimes they are doing it in an isolated way, and if we would be able to find some synergy effect, it will be even more effective.
Okay, so Robin, thank you. Good comprehensive answer to a good question. Thank you very much. Now there was the gentleman at the back, and then we'll take one here, and then we'll probably have to stop.
Alexei Semeny. Talking about warfare, we firstly should understand that it's only one type of the general war, and actually many elements of this warfare were in history. Now we have some other elements. And the centerpiece, from my perspective, of the hybrid warfare, it's about resilience. Resilience of the society, resilience of the people from something coming mostly from outside or even from inside. And then we come to the question that actually hybrid warfare could be or is either some kind of stage going to the conventional warfare or just a preparation, conventional warfare. And in conventional warfare, it's not also, it's about resilience, but much more it coming to the focal point. It's actually about the people of concrete country ready to fight and at the end ready to die for their country. Our experience here in Ukraine for the last 3 years is actually that we have shown for ourselves and for outside world, we are ready to fight, we are ready to die for our country. And the question goes to Mr. Klich and to Mr. Ondryshak. Very bluntly, very short, but very important. Are your people ready to fight and to die for your countries?
No small question there, but very brief from the two, because I do want to get another question in at the bottom here.
Yes.
Thank you. That was short and sweet, but important nonetheless.
I will join my colleague.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Can we just get the microphone down here, please?
Well, as you remember, I was trying to ask our German colleagues probably the same question. Unfortunately, they're no longer here, and I will volunteer to answer for them that they're not ready. But the question to the panel, if you had your 3 wishes, and money is not the answer, 3 wishes, what are the priority steps, the 3 steps that your governments can take to counter information, fake NGOs, weaponizing ethnic conflicts, and other types of hybrid warfare? What would be the 3 measures in each case, Ukraine, Poland, and Slovakia? Because this is, unfortunately, what I heard from Pan Kowal, the horrible price that Ukraine is paying, and we are standing here and watching. It is an experiment that we need to take to heart. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So three wishes, but money no object, but short and sweet.
Я не політик, я військовий.
I'm not a politician. I am a military man. And my only wish is to liberate my land and to make sure that there's peace in our country.
So we need to communicate more. We need to communicate directly, and we need to communicate in a real way. There is no need to make kind of propaganda or counter-propaganda. We need to talk to our people, to different groups in a very open way, and to tell what we want, what are our strategic goals, and where we belong, what are your values. This is very important in communication. What are our values, what are our strategic goals, where we are belonging to. So we are European nation, we are Atlantic nation. We need to communicate those things. And second, coordination with our allies and coordination with our closest partners. So allies, first at regional level, I mean V4 countries. Second, to coordination with other European countries and Northern Atlantic countries, and coordination also with countries which are not allied legally, but which are very, very important partners, like Ukraine and Georgia, for example.
Bogdan.
I would say, first of all, the access to good sources. I mean to real data. When I asked one of my colleagues, the famous professor of international affairs from Warsaw University, to be my advisor when I was a Minister of Defense, one of his first reactions was that he was shocked how much this new position changed his access to real information concerning his area of specialization. He said, I didn't know before that I knew so little before you invited me to the ministry. So the access to good information, to good sources, to real data is absolutely crucial. From that point of view, okay, that's first. Secondly, I would say networking. Networking very important, because only with real networks we can do something. We can prepare, provide, and succeed in counter-information operations. That's second. And the third one, to have professionalists. I mean, professional access to the sources and ability to comment them, to present them in the right way, and to comment them afterwards. So professionals would be also absolutely necessary in such a space. And privately, as the minority leader of the Polish Senate, right now, I would wish our government to adopt finally the cybersecurity strategy that was prepared by the presidential office 1.5 years ago.
Okay, Bogdan, thank you. And Victoria.
Ви знаєте, ви дали жінці помріяти про
Well, you gave a chance to a woman to think about unlimited resources. This is very dangerous. And my answer would be similar to what Mr. Nkoval said. I think that first of all, we have to focus on spending resources for the army. People will have confidence in the government if the army is strong. If that is not the case, you wouldn't be able to counteract hybrid war in any other way. And secondly, this is what I call cultural and political identity. This is something which should be nurtured. It includes our own informational space, our culture, and movie making and communication things, and networking, which was referred to before, and the third sector, NGOs and other civil society institutions which have to be developed. The more developed they are, the more connected they are with their country, the stronger the country is. And another point is education, not just political education and media. This is also about foreign language, because people have to understand information not just in in your own language, and our language is very close to Russian, and people are largely bilingual, which turned to be a challenge. But we need to make sure that our young people understand English in the same way they understand Russian. That's why I would focus my resources on this.
I'm afraid. Apologies to those who haven't asked the question this time, and those who haven't asked one at all yet today, my apologies to you as well. But thank you. Keep them coming. We've got more opportunities tomorrow, of course. For the moment, though, to our panel, thank you all very much indeed for enlightening us in that debate. Thank you. If I could ask you to leave the stage, because we've come to the conclusion of our first day here at the Fairmont for the 10th Kyiv Security Forum. And I would like to ask Danilo Lubkinski, as soon as we get this stage cleared. Danilo, we're going to bring a podium up, a lectern up, I think, to enable you to summarize our opening day. And I think it's worth reminding us, isn't it? We're looking at so many of the challenges, the struggles, the problems that we face. Let's not forget what happened at the start of today, which was an exciting historic moment for Ukraine, and we shared it here in the room today. So, Danilo, to you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I do understand that everyone is tired here, so I try to be brief, but nevertheless I will try to say what I believe is important tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I wish to start by thanking Open Ukraine Foundation for what I believe was an outstanding performance. So I do thank you, Teresa, and I do thank you, Taras, and I do thank you, young and talented and highly qualified team that made this day today. My special gratitude goes to the moderator, and I believe this gratitude goes for David's art and craft. And many thanks I pass to everyone who facilitated our communication, especially the interpreters. I believe if President Trump participated in our meeting, he would definitely say, "You did a fantastic job tonight. Make it great again tomorrow." It's an honor and pleasure for me to make a speech tonight and to wrap up our debate, doing it in my way. One may call it the facts told post factum, looking at the post-factual reality. Indeed, what are the facts of reality which surrounds us and which will apparently shape our future? The biggest problem which has already determined the reality we live in is, I believe, a violation of confidence. The international law as an agreement and the system of reliable agreements, guarantees, as a result of that agreement, was absolutely broken. No one might have expected anything better if, for instance, the Budapest Memorandum, a monument of guarantees to Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, turned to become a memento of assurance. The second fact is a weakness of the international structures once created to protect the confidence. Among other things, our key collective fora were established in an effort of liberal institutionalism to curb the wants of the political realist. The fact that Ukraine and Georgia were not granted The NATO membership action plan in 2008 was a result of fear. A fear of the so-called realism. Finally, it quite realistically led us, Georgia, Ukraine, the alliance, and the world order, to the collapse of the security confidence. In general, the international narrative we've got used to over more than 2 last decades was attacked, undermined, and already substituted by post-truth, post-fact, populism, self-isolationism, and political extravaganza. These real facts are being discussed now all over Euro-Atlantics. Kyiv must have a say in these debates, and Ukraine has a lot to say. We had a chance to listen today to a number of important messages delivered by many prominent speakers from the capital of Ukraine and through the prism of Kyiv point of view. We should realistically understand that Russia is not going to change its strategic aim to control Ukraine, moving further to get an upper hand over the Eastern Europe and far beyond. If we really want to guarantee our common security, I believe we should elaborate a comprehensive and long-standing concept of new containment of Russia's aggression and imperialistic ambition. And that's a vital and crucial task for us. We should realistically understand that the Minsk process was brought by Russia to a stalemate, and as its implementation has never been a goal of the Kremlin. In Putin's mind, it was designed to become an instrument to undermine Ukraine and Europe. The leadership of Chancellor Merkel successfully helped us to use its ceasefire potential. But now, remaining committed to the peacemaking sense of the Minsk agreements, let us have no illusion that President Putin steps back either in 2017 or in the year of his revanchist presidential campaign of 2018, unless the international community imposes further strong and firm pressure upon him. We, the Ukrainians, should understand that our future completely depends on the proactive and creative way to consolidate the international and regional solidarity. Along with the Normandy format, along with the leading collective security bodies, we should exercise and explore as many international endeavors as reasonably possible. In this sense, the second meeting of the Baltic and the Ukrainian Prime Ministers is a great example of solidarity, but also a pattern of smart approach to the regional cooperation. I would like to commend the efforts of Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who set up this format, and to congratulate them both with Prime Minister Groysman on the success of the Kyiv meeting. Tomorrow, this school of thinking, aimed at underpinning the Eastern European security, will be continued by the parliamentary session and debate to be held by the Speaker of the Ukrainian Rada, together with high representatives from the Baltic region, Romania, and NATO. The European plan for Ukraine, outlined today by Prime Minister Kubilius, is yet another great event, giving us hope that the vision of the united Europe is inclusive of Ukraine and, what is absolutely important, of our neighborhood. Ukraine cannot speak for herself. We must, and that's obligatory, speak for all our partners taken hostage by Russia, and especially about Belarus. I'm happy that such a strategy was delivered here almost simultaneously with the decision of the European Parliament to adopt a long-awaited legislation on the visa-free regime with Ukraine. That's a real and making difference achievement of our activist, former and current cabinets of Ukraine and of our nation. Finally, the strategic equilibrium must be based on fundamental international values and a restored sense of wisdom and confidence. No backdoor deals can ever be accepted by anyone, especially Ukraine. And that's another message strongly voiced today by Ukraine and our partners. What we really need, and that's, I believe, a basic sense of our discussion, is a leadership which envisage moral and political strength, maturity, and creativity. The most undiscovered nation in Europe, Ukraine, finds herself the bedrock of the European security, and our debates prove it. Our forum is not only about the questions, it's about an answer too. Ukraine is not a problem of the Euro-Atlantic security. To comprehend that, the West should discover and accept Ukraine as the matter of fact. To gain a support and to move forward, Ukraine, with no excuses, must show the result of national maturity and unity, the result of responsibility and reliable commitment by our president and the political establishment, the result of reform and real change of its corrupted Soviet-style legacy of colonial periphery. Ukraine is a solution, and Ukraine is the contributor. Not the end, the beginning. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for bringing to a close our first day of the forum. I've just got a couple of announcements you need to listen to. The first is very important, that's dinner. Buffet dinner served promptly after we move out of the room here. But also, at 8:30, back in here, we have a special showing for you of the film Breaking Point, The Fight for Democracy in Ukraine. That is here at 8:30. It is, if you need any incentive, it is accompanied by wine, which might also encourage you to come, sit back, enjoy that film, which has already had some awards posted its way. So please do join us for that. And I should add that at 10 o'clock, there will be the buses to your hotels for those who need them. And as a final reminder, back in here 9:30 tomorrow morning. You're very welcome from 8:30 for coffee and nibbles just outside to start the day. But at the end of the first day, thank you very much for all coming, for your contributions, and let's look forward to the rest of the evening. Thank you.